I request all the delegates to kindly take your seats in the hall. We shall begin shortly. Delegates in the lobby, I request you to kindly take your seats in the hall. We shall begin shortly. We should start. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we have all gathered here, delegates from all around the world, to celebrate excellence and to also honor the people who bring trust, courage, clarity, and commitment to our profession. We all speak different languages, but we're all bound by one single thing. Today, we are in one house, one stage, one celebration, the celebration of excellence. I, Sanskruti Purohit, am proud and privileged to welcome all of you to the Corporate Secretaries International Association Limited presents Global Governance Awards 2026. Can we have a huge round of applause for that? Our panel discussion today shall be on the future-ready boards, integrating AI, ESG, ethics, and technology into governance strategies. For our first panel discussion, we have with us Mr. Simon Yeo, our moderator, and our esteemed panelists CS Ranjit Pandey and Hussain Sadat. Can we have a huge round of applause as the dignitaries join us on stage? Can we have the moderators and the speakers join us on stage? Can we keep the applause going as the dignitaries join us on stage? This panel discussion is on ESG and ethics. It will explore the conundrum that professionals are facing today and how ethics can be the foundation, ESG can be the framework, and corporate secretaries can become the ethical compass and governance to architects of ESG. With this, I now request CS Dwarkanath Chenur, ICSI Vice President, to kindly come on stage and welcome our panelists with a planter. Can we have a huge round of applause for ICSI Vice President CS Dwarkanath Chenur, please? Let's have the applause going as we welcome our panelists for our first panel discussion. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Datuk Suzella Menon, past President CSIA, to please come on stage and welcome our panelists with a small token of appreciation. Can we have a huge round of applause for past President CSIA, Datuk Suzella Menon. This is just a small token of appreciation from our end to our panelists for our first panel discussion today. we please keep the applause going as the past President CSIA felicitates our moderator for the session. Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, I now hand it over to our moderator to begin this first panel discussion. So.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome, esteemed guests, members, council members, and winners of the CSIA Awards. Welcome, everybody, welcome. Now, if you notice from the brochures, you will notice that we are supposed to have one of our ladies together with three of us here, Yoto. Yoto, unfortunately, is unable to join us. She is actually the Nigerian rose. So today we don't have a rose, but we have two thorns. You're probably wondering why I say two thorns. My name is Simon Yo because I'm from Malaysia. I'm a hibiscus. So we have a hibiscus and two thorns. Jokes aside, I'm very honored to have two very esteemed panelists. I don't think I need to read their CV. They're very esteemed speakers and well-known across this region. So I would start the session to basically let you know a quick overview of what's going to happen in our session. I will start with a quick introduction, and then I will allow the two panelists 7-8 minutes to give a quick overview on ESG and ethics in their respective countries. And then we will go to a quick question and answers. And if you have time, we will probably open to the floor. And thereafter, we will then do a quick roundup, and I will wrap up the session. So without further ado, moving forward, the OECD principles noted that insofar as the environmental, social issues are concerned, it should be included within the scope of sustainability disclosures to the extent that it can be reasonably expected to influence a company's value. Now, in some jurisdictions, it is specifically mandated to encourage only for large listed companies, whereas to some extent the scope includes certain non-listed companies. For example, in Indonesia, companies in the natural resources sector are required to integrate environmental considerations into the operations and prepare an environmental and social responsibility report as part of their annual reporting. So in reality, to some extent, ESG considerations are increasingly being embedded into sustainability reporting and other regulatory frameworks in some countries. Now, just to share with you, there has been a lot of ESG considerations that has been reported, and there were, in 2025 especially, environmental litigation cases that have intensified globally. So in other words, with courts increasingly defining climate change as a human rights issue, imposing stricter accountability on governments and in corporations. And in some cases, there are also environmental and greenwashing issues. I'm not going to give you so many cases, but I'll give you an example. In Greenpeace Nordic versus Norway, October 25, the European Court issued climate rights rulings on a company that they must conduct comprehensive, transparent, science-based environmental impact for projects potentially contributing to climate change. Moving on, South Africa, they have this cancel coal case, December 2024, where the High Court declared government plans to add new coal as unlawful and invalid due to failure to consider climate impact and children's best interests. India, MK Ranjit Singh versus Union of India 2024. The Supreme Court recognizes the right to free from adverse climate change effect as a fundamental right. In Kenya, Ovino Rural Lead Petroleum 2025, the Supreme Court awarded damages for help farms for admissions stating that polluters must cover environmental restoration costs. Now, moving on, as far as ethics are concerned, the latest OECD report on governance also showed that explicit provisions to strengthen the board independence, and what have been increasing is that 76% of the jurisdiction now requires or encourage the separation, the role of CEO and the board chair. Now, in addition, board responsibility on risk management also is expanded, with 92% of the jurisdiction now having provisions to this impact. So it's evident here that area of risk management has become increasingly important given the sharp increases in this area based on the statistics. Now, I think insofar as the board and company secretaries are concerned, it is important that they play a pivotal role in guiding corporate strategy and ensuring long-term creation, and more importantly, as far as company secretaries are concerned, they are custodians to governance. They play a central and strategic role in embedding ESG and ethics in an organization framework. Now, against this background, I would like to ask each of these panelists to provide a brief overview of ESG and ethics generally prevailing in their countries. And I will start off with asking Sadat from Bangladesh to give a quick 7 minutes, 8 minutes overview of what's prevailing on ESG and ethics. Over to you, Sadat.
Thank you, Simon, and good afternoon. As you have noticed, that Simon was giving a indication that I need to limit within 7 minutes, so let me try accordingly. So I promise I will remain within that time, but before I get into this overview part, it's an opportunity. I am representing Bangladesh as its president, Institute of Chartered Secretaries of Bangladesh. My name is Hossein Sadat. So please, Simon, allow me to give a brief intro about Bangladesh. So Bangladesh, it started its journey as an independent country back in 1971. And we have a land base of 147,000 square kilometers. 80% of the land is fertile, and we have a population around 178 million, making Bangladesh the 8th populated country in the world. And Bangladesh has transformed from the agro-based economy towards manufacturing hub. The industry, it is actually registering around 30% to its GDP. The RMG sector continue to remain the primary driver when it comes to this economic prosperity, and making Bangladesh the second largest RMG exporter in the globe. Alongside RMG, we have sectors coming from shipbuilding, pharmaceuticals, and paper manufacturing one. Now, Bangladesh is maintaining a GDP run rate within the range of 4.2 to 5% in that range, while maintaining inflation within the limit of 7 to 8%, and has been able to maintain a foreign currency reserve amounting to $30 billion US. With this one, Bangladesh is aiming to be a developed country by the year of 2041. That's the context. Now, moving to this ESG side, Bangladesh, the ESG space is rapidly evolving from voluntary adoption towards regulatory-driven compliance requirements, largely influenced by the climate vulnerability and the requirements of the foreign investor, particularly focusing on the RMG sector. Though these climate risks remain very high, but we have been able to register a notable progress when it comes to sustainable finance. For your kind note, in last year in particular of the loan that we have sanctioned from the banking sector, 40% we did manage to inject towards green projects. And many of the companies, particularly in the textile and the garment sector, they are more and more focusing on this ESG integration. And you'll be happy to know that 7 of our organizations, they have been featured in the Bloomberg ESG-led club. And also, we have been also pioneering when it comes to the green certification of the factories we have. 54 of the top 100 global certified green factories are located in Bangladesh. With this one, now if we move to the environment side, we are more and more focusing on the renewable energy. We are adopting efficient energy solution and also in the effort of bringing down the carbon footprint. Now, the social part, we are increasing focus on our improving the working condition, complying with the standard, and also empowering the women, and also the development part to it. Now, moving to the governance part, where largely the regulators are sitting in, our central bank, we call it Bangladesh Bank, they have mandated the green finance I spoke about a few minutes back. Alongside this one, they have also mandated the ESG reporting, not only limiting only the qualification part of it, also the quantification part to it. And that is falling due from the next year. Our Securities and Exchange Commission, we have a corporate governance guideline, but it is going through a massive revision where the Securities and Exchange Commission, they are integrating this ESG part to it. And our Financial Reporting Council, they are nearly there in terms of adopting the Standard 1 and Standard 2 when it comes to certainly part of it. So, and also in our governance side, we have emphasized to place the diversity into our board and also increase the number of the independent directors to the board. With this one, we are in the process of ensuring the sustainability part to it. And when it comes to our role as a company secretary, as Simon said, that we are primarily assisting our board to taking care of the ESG issues and thereby mandating the effective governance process, and we are trying to protect the interest of the relevant stakeholder. With this, I'm stopped.
Thank you. Interesting, interesting. Ranjit, maybe you can share about what's happening in India in regards to ESG and ethics.
Thank you, Samon. I have prepared one small presentation and I'll be not taking more than 7 minutes time allotted to me. Just a broad overview what India is doing on the ESG front. So, so first we need to understand that what is ESG and how it has progressed. It has started back in 1972 until 2015. We can see that we are able to identify 7 sustainable development goals. So primarily all the efforts of the world, not only India, is coming through the, say, achieving the target of sustainable development goals. And India is one of the country which is growing very fast with the compliance of the sustainable development targets. And whatever last year we were at 109, we climbed to 17, stages, and we are become 99th now. And 2025 is the one of the year where we have progressed a lot. So as far as sustainable development goals are concerned, plan and programs are in place, and India is progressing very fast. I'll take you through the various milestone, 2015 to 17 Paris Agreement, which has been implemented, ratified, and commitment in regard to the sustainable energy and reduce emission and extend the renewable energy has been achieved. In fact, in social part, CSR has been made mandatory. You are remembering that Section 135 has been introduced in year 2016, and it has been made mandatory. Voluntary VRR is made part of the governance process. Then 2018 to 20, renewable push has been developed, and you must have noticed that a lot of solar energy consumption and solar panels have been installed, not only on the, say, industrial building, even in the residential complexes and buildings, solar panels have started installing. Structured CSR program rules has been notified by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and SEBI has came out with the BRR. Then 2021-22, EV and clean energy has been, taking the center stage, and ESG integration in regard to the social parameters has been made mandatory, and BRSR introduced in the year 2021. 2023 to 25, green hydrogen, carbon market is environment-related efforts which has been identified. SDG aligned social equity has been notified, and mandatory ESG reporting has been made mandatory by the SEBI for 1,000 listed entities. 2026, just now, last month budget, a clear roadmap has been given in the budget for the climate and climate-related actions. You must have noticed in the budget speech of Honorable Finance Minister, wherein it has been clearly, biodiversity park and ecological zones. She has announced many such zones to be developed and bioecological, and in fact, sustainable tourism also she has announced. So that particular roadmap has been given. Blended finance and inclusion in regard to the social parameters and assurance and transparency. So this year you are all aware that some of the companies are supposed to go ahead with the assurance, and they are required to report mandatory assurance on the ESG. So this is what the broader roadmap which has been achieved by the India. In regard to connecting the ESG ecosystem to the businesses, we must understand that climate change, pollution, water, natural resources are linked to the environment. And when you are going deep into the company business and its cycle, be it product manufacturing company, be it service company, be it hybrid kind of structure. If you go, everybody think that only product and manufacturing related companies impact the ESG. No, it is not. It is even the IT companies who are running on the computer, even you who are sending the messages, leaving the carbon footprint everywhere. So every WhatsApp message is also leaving the carbon footprint. So that kind of environmental awareness which has been created. So this is environment related issues which companies are taking care. Employees, customer, value, supply chain, community and product life cycle assessment and management. This is on regard to the social. In regard to the governance, business practices, ethics and transparency, business policies, corporate governance policies, system and processes in regard to implementation of the ESG, feedback and grievance mechanism, whistleblower policies, and last but not least, ESG impact analysis, assurance, and thereafter improvement upon them. So this is what the connecting the ESG to the business ecosystem. As far as moving to the reporting part, there are global framework and standards which is governing everywhere, and India has its own BRSR, business responsibility and sustainability reporting. Rest of them I am not naming, but this is just for the reference. If you talk about the Indian journey to ESG and sustainability reporting, all started in 2009 with the CSR voluntary guidelines. Then 2011 National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct has been notified. Then 2012 SEBI circular on the BRR for top 100 companies. Then comes 2015 format of BRR notified by the SEBI. 2016 applicable to top 500 companies. 2019 national guidelines for BRSR and BRR made mandatory for 1,000 companies. 2020 report of the committee on BRR made BRSR. Thereafter, amendment to the SEBI LODR, BRSR made mandatory for top 1,000 companies. SEBI circular on BRSR disclosure-based NGRBC. Assurance on BRSR has also been made mandatory in regard to the BRSR core. And 2025, SEBI replaced assurance with the assessment or assurance or BRSR, left it to the company to decide whether they want to go for the assurance or assessment. So this is what the journey in regard to the reporting. This is the total landscape, what is happening in India in regard to the board management. Board is becoming more conscious. Each and every policy of the company is basically aligned to the ESG, environment, social and governance. Innovations, boards are taking part in the innovations. They are trying to challenge the status quo and coming with the new ideas, whether how to mitigate the risk of environment, how to manage the social parameters more effectively. MNCs and listed companies are definitely taking the lead in this regard. Investors, they are finding the ESG related indexes, ESG related compliant companies which is coming with the assurances. All those things are coming. That means lots of investments are coming into the companies who are more compliant and following more and more ESG things. Regulators are coming with the 9 principle BRSR 2022. So on the regulatory part, I have already explained what has happened. Now coming on to the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, what we did in regard to the propagating the ESG and sustainability among our members. First, we thought that let's decode the ESG. Let people understand. 160 question and answer on the each and every terminology of the ESG has been notified. Very small book, but yet effective. You ask for any question on any terminology on ESG, you will find in this book, Decoding ESG. Then guidance note on the business responsibility and sustainability reporting. Taking the SEBI circular as well as our own creativity, we have merged both the things together and brought out this particular publication. Then stakeholder engagement tool on ESG. Then ICSI guiding principle on stewardship. Thereafter, we came out with the guidance note of third-party assurance. So this is for the reporting, that is for the assurance. And lastly, ICSI principle and climate governance. So all these things has been, clearly identified that this is the need of the members, this is the need of the industry. Let's work on that, and institute has come out and given all these publication. Members can follow, and even world at large can adopt all these policies and guidance notes for their consumption. Lastly, these are the opportunity available for the governance professional. They can be ESG integration and strategy, data and metrics management, ESG rating advisory, ESG investment advisory, regulatory and compliance, ESG supply chain management, drafting reports, and independent assurances. So this is what the ESG framework, what India is doing, what Institute of Company Secretaries of India has done so far. With this, I will stop here. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ranjit. Ranjit, the ICSA headquarters building, where are they located? In New Delhi or in Mumbai?
New Delhi.
New Delhi. So I trust they have got power solar panels, the buildings? Do they have solar panels?
Yes.
Ah.
Most of our own buildings have the solar panels.
How about your house?
Own buildings. Buildings of ICSI, which has been owned by us, that has the solar panels.
Ah. Is there a tax incentive for having solar panels in the building? Some sort of tax breaks and all that?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Very insightful, Ranjit. Now, moving on, I just wanted to pose some questions to the panelists here. And the first question is that, should ESG be treated as a risk management issue a value creation opportunity or both? Why? Maybe you can start with Ranjit. You can start with that question. You can answer that.
So first we need to understand what is sustainable development. And if you go by the definition itself, Forward Commission has defined it. And I'll start with the definition that sustainable development is not fixed state of economy or harmony, rather a process of change in which exploitation of the resources, direction of investment, orientation of the technological development and institutional changes are made consistent with the present as well as future needs. So this is what the definition is. That means we need to concentrate and grow with the sustainability in mind. And what sustainability? Keeping, say, in mind all three triple bottom approach, we call it PPP, triple P, planet, people, profit. So you need to think about the planet also, you need to think about the people also, and also about the prosperity or profit. So having this particular thing in mind, we can say that it is basically balanced approach. It is value creation as well as risk management. And if you will be able to manage the risk well, then definitely you are going to create the value for your organization. And in fact, if you go practically and see the, say, ESG reports of the companies in India, and also if you go as a professional to give the assurance and review the data, what you will find that ESG initiatives are driving the efficiency. Like earlier, we were not checking water consumption, electricity consumption, how much water we consume in each and every unit of the organization, we are not aware. But now everything is accounted and it is punched as a data every day. So say for example, one company having say 115 branches. All 115 branches are supposed to report same day that how much water they have consumed and how much electricity they have consumed and on that particular day. So me and my team is doing some kind of assurance and data analysis nowadays, and we found that every bill is scanned into the system and it is uploaded onto the data. So that is what is happening. So it is driving efficiency. It is unlocking innovation. We were not thinking that why these things are, say, coming so fast, technological development, I mean to say. Yesterday, we were thinking about the CNG. Now we are thinking about the EV. And what will be in future, down the line 5 years, nobody knows. Why these innovations are happening so fast? Because of the sustainable development. So it is unlocking innovation, attracting purpose-driven talent. So talents are becoming also very specific, that I manage this particular part, I manage environment, I manage social consideration, I manage governance. So professionals and even the tech professionals are becoming very specific, enhancing access to the capital. As I have told in my presentation, that a lot of index funds are also ESG driven. A lot of companies, mutual funds are also ESG driven. That means they are attracting the investments, strengthening stakeholder trust. Stakeholder engagement is also one of the most important parameter of the ESG. And since stakeholder engagement is an important parameter, it is building the stakeholder trust and confidence into the company, building competitive differentiator, and seizing emerging market opportunity. So these are all parameters where we find that value is being created for the organization, not on the shorter term, but in the longer run. At the same time, it is risk management tool also, that whatever disruption is happening in regard to environment, we are able to check it. We are able to anticipate and manage it. We are able to manage the supply chain vulnerability. We are able to promote stakeholder engagement. We are avoiding reputational damages. Because see, Volkswagen case, you are all aware that they have manipulated and it was clear-cut case of greenwashing. that has given the reputational damage to that particular company, and they have to recall, they have to face the damages and all other things. So this is what the risk management which is happening in regard to the while following the ESG parameters. So in essence, I would say that ESG become the most powerful tool for the growth as well as the risk management.
Thank you. Saram, anything to add on this question?
I think my colleague Ranjit, he covered pretty well. But what I'm like to say that we are with this corporate journey. And as we move on, the challenges, risks will always be there. So we need to identify the potential challenge, and we need to put in place structured approach to it so that we can consciously mitigate or address that risk. And if we can do this, that will only ensure growth, and that growth, not only growth for the sake of growth, that will also ensure sustainable growth. And if sustainable growth we can ensure, eventually it will bring the long-term value. Thank you.
Okay, maybe the second question that I pose to you is that how can a corporate secretary help the board to ensure that ethical dilemma or considerations permeates or corporate culture beyond compliance or policy?
Thank you. I mean, when we are running an operations, particularly that, from external side, the regulator side, all the policy frameworks are there for us to comply with. And alongside this one, when we are running our own operations, we have also developed our internal set of procedures for us to ensure necessary compliance in process. But at times, there is a dilemma we all face in our day-to-day life. And this, here actually also comes this ethical part to it. Ethics is the kind of a foundation part to it, and the kind of the framework is always there. This company secretary actually will make a bridge between the management and the board, and helping them to understand what are the issues we have. And if we can make a consultative approach, helping them to understand the challenges out of it and how we can actually help each other. And if we can put in place a structured approach, I think thereby we'll be able to address those challenges.
Thank you. Anything to add, Ranjit?
Yeah. As a corporate secretary, what we need to do, because we are the eyes and ear to the board, we are the strategic advisor to the board. So our role becomes very critical in regard to the, say, managing these kind of dilemmas, be it ethical, be it sustainability versus profitability. So all these are required to be managed. How it is required to be managed? First is advisory role of the company secretary play a crucial role, and in which we need to highlight the ethical implications also in regard to the, in place of the legal implication. Generally what we tend to do and highlight the legal implication. But what is the ethical implication in regard to any of the proposal that we need to highlight? We need to embed the sustainability into the board processes. Each and every policy should be aligned to the ethical reflection also, and planning should be not only of the legal risk, and it should be on the reputational and social consequences also. Culture of building policies, beyond this compliance driven. We need to have some kind of sustainability driven policies, and most important part is stakeholder engagement and feedback. Because you make the policy in the boardroom sitting here, you are not aware that what is happening on the ground. So we need to have the continuous engagement with the stakeholder. Some kind of whistleblower mechanism should also be there, that whether we are able to, say, implement the whole policies and plan on the ESG of the company down the line at the bottom or not. Somebody must come and communicate, and we should be able to hear, some mechanism should be there to hear and implement the modification if required.
Thank you. Now I'm trying to wrap up quickly because we are running out of time. I also would like to share with you that in Malaysia we have what we call the National Sustainability Reporting Framework, NSRF, where large PLCs and listed companies with annual turnover of exceeding 2 billion are mandated to basically conduct sustainability reporting, which complies with the International Sustainability Standard Board, ISSB. Now, it also governs greenwashing, and from an ESG perspective, as far as Malaysia is concerned, we have what we call Section 213 of the Companies Act that imposes a statutory duty on directors to act with due care. Now, moving forward, as far as Malaysia is concerned, for directors in the listed companies, this is no longer interpreted as basically just to mean that you're only looking at financial stewardship alone. In fact, the Malaysian Code of Public Governance 2021 is undergoing a revision, but as far as the boards are concerned, they are required to look at the long-term value to be created for companies. So from an ESG perspective, for company directors, failure to undertake ethical governance practices may be regarded as also a breach of fiduciary duties and also to do with ESG. Now, in terms of ethics in Malaysia, we also have this Code of Corporate Governance, and the board charter is basically the primarily source of reference for directors on matters relating to its processes. It sets out the board strategies, intents, and outlines the high-level kind of duties, as well as those directors, when they delegate to the board, to the committees, that's something that they also need to observe. Insofar as listed companies in Malaysia is concerned, they also have a code of conduct that outlines standards of behavior, ethical conducts that's expected of all directors, all employees, counterparts, and business partners. So the code of business conduct it's not only promotes legal and procedure compliance, but it also provides a moral compass to ensure that the individual's behavior it's in line with the company core values and business objectives. Now, I just want to perhaps do a quick wrap up and share with you what are the key takeaways from this afternoon's evening session. Now, I think it is absolutely important that well-designed and articulated governance policies should contribute significantly to the broader economic objectives. And furthermore, policies including code of ethics provide a framework to protect investors as well as support the sustainability and the resilience of companies. Now, board of directors play a pivotal role, not only in guiding corporate strategy, but in ensuring long-term value creation. Now, more importantly, company secretaries as the custodian plays important role, as custodian of governance, they play a very important and strategic role in embedding ESG and ethics in an organization framework. So in short, a company secretary plays a central and strategic role in assisting the board, acting as moral compass, guiding and supporting the board in decision-making on issues relating to corporate governance, and more importantly, upholding governance and ethical standards. Now, before I end the session, can I get a 2 minutes quick response from Sada? 2 minutes.
That's why it's important that we time and again talking about the ESG reporting, but it's important that how do we make this ESG reporting. So this data-driven reporting is needed. So that should be, designed and reported in a manner so that it creates acceptability. And at the same time, we also spoke about the assurance, and in our country, it is going to implement it, and that will create some extra assurance in the hands of the readers. So with this one, and if we can stick to our ethical behaviors with complying all these policy framework, we should be able to ensure sustainability. Thank you.
Ranjit?
ESG framework is ready, and implementation is also happening very fast, and it is very rapid. All the constituent of ESG, like corporates, investors, and regulator, all three components or constituents are ready to give something new every day. In view of that, the accountability of the board becomes very, very important, and it is duty of the governance professionals to guide the board in such a manner that they are risk-free and they should be able to implement the ESG policy and processes in the organization in such a manner that it should be risk-free. And on the Indian context, you mentioned about the director's liability. In India also, there is a section called 166(2) of the Companies Act, which talks about, and I will read out, a director of a company shall act in good faith in order to promote the objects of the company for the benefit of its member as a whole and the best interest of the company, its employee, the stakeholders, the community, and the protection of environment. This is very old section. Even in the Companies Act 1956, this section was there. But nobody has read it like this, that it is also covering the environment part. So that is what it is doing. So now it has got the center stage significance. And if we link it to the director responsibility statement under section 134(5)(e), then it becomes the breach of the duty and responsibility of the director if any of the ESG parameter has not been met. So as a company secretary, as a governance professional, we need to guide that it is not only ethics, even legal accountability is there with the directors to come in the times. Thank you so much.
Okay, with that, can we give a round of applause for our panelists?
Thank you so much for such a wonderful and insightful discussion. I now request all the panelists and the moderators to kindly rise for a group photograph. Can we have a huge round of applause for our first panel discussion? Thank you so much. Let me share one simple truth today. Today, what is most important is not your assets, your gold, your land, securities, and shares. It is our data. My data, your data. And in 21st century, our digital footprints are heavier than ever. And today, with one click, a lot more can be achieved. So to navigate this very pertinent topic, we have our next panel discussion on AI and technology. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage CS Ashish Laktakia, moderator for the session, our esteemed panelists, Mr. Simon Yeo and CS Devender Deshpande. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists and the moderator? I now request CSB Narasimhan sir, former president of ICSI, to please come on the dais and felicitate our panelists by presenting a planter. Can we have a huge round of applause for our former president ICSI, CSB Narasimhan. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Mr. Robert Lekang, former president of CSIA, to please come on the dais and welcome our panelists with a small token of appreciation. Can we have a huge round of applause for former president of CSIA, Mr. Robert Lekang. Let's have the applause going as we felicitate our speakers. Thank you so much, sir. This panel discussion will discuss how governance can keep footprints in track, that AI runs faster and stays, but it stays fair. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Institute for inviting me for this panel discussion with the esteemed panelists. And I must announce actually, I was really honored to get felicitated by Mr. Narasimhan, because when I was the second residential batch student of the CCGRT when Mr. Narasimhan was actually our faculty. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And in all my profession, like I'm now completing almost 26 years of my work ex. Always I was the company secretary for the companies. I have worked in listed companies, manufacturing companies, and from the past many years I am working for a financial services company, wherein we, as a company, as a professional also, I have interacted with Mr. Narasimhan a lot. So thank you. Now coming to the topic, I think the topic is very relevant in today's world. A lot of buzz around AI, technology, data, and we have recently experienced a AI summit also at the government level. So we can understand even the importance of this topic. If you ask me personally, I have a view. I'll share with the panelists and will seek their guidance and their views also. According to my sense, the experience because in day in and day out, in all my functions which I perform and which I take care of in the company, so I use AI very frequently. And according to my experience and sense, happy to be corrected by the esteemed panelists. AI cannot make the decision, is what my belief is. AI can only improvise the decision. That's my belief. So as a governance professional, I had almost 5 functions. I'm the general counsel of the company. I'm the chief of regulatory affairs. I'm also the chief of fraud, risk, and surveillance, which is a very, very important aspect in the financial service industry, and also the company secretary and the chief of the claims. So as a use case example, I would very quickly cover 2, and then I'll ask my panelists to share their views. In the largest, you can say, in a very big organization, we have a sizable, with the employees of around 3,000 odd employees. We have 40 million customers, 45 million to be precise. We have 160 pan-India, the presence, and we are a 6,500 crore company. So because this company is into a financial services sector, we have a fraud, risk, and surveillance, and there, my experience is the AI is the very, very good, very useful tool in terms of early warning, in terms of predictive analysis, in terms of identifying the frauds, and which is not, you can say, in its original form in terms of the claims, whether it is health or motor. So with this, I'll just ask Mr. Simon his perspective about Malaysia, how he sees a relationship. I have a specific ask to you, Mr. Simon, wherein I would like to understand what is your perspective from your Malaysian regulatory perspective, the relationship between AI and the human decision making, and also the accountability and responsibility of the board.
Thank you. Hi, I'm back again. By right, this should be Ivy, our Hong Kong rose to be here, but it's been replaced by me, the hibiscus of Malaysia again. Anyway, just to share with you that from a Malaysian perspective, Malaysia is actually ranked 24th in the world, which shows that the government proactive approach initiatives on this AI. In fact, they have got this national AI roadmap, 2021 to 2025. And they have got this Madani framework that serves basically what is AI, and they have got the national AI.
Be slowly going to AI. Many things will slowly going to be in technology. What I believe is, few years back, when machines came in, normal machines, yeah, people were hesitant to use the machines, but they were used. And now we are extensively using it. So 10 years down the line, 15 years down the line, we will be all working in AI. That is what I believe. The intelligence will be based on AI. Till the time we all are using AI, it is absolutely fine. But in India, now the regulators have also started using AI. So whatever documents you are submitting to the regulator, they will scan the documents through AI, and the AI will tell you the errors in the documents. And that is really risky, right? So these are the things which are happening in India. Even though Niti Aayog has come out with a very important concept of responsible AI. So they are saying that this AI should be used responsibly. Yeah, we have seen so many photos, videos which are generated through AI, which are not real. And we as human beings it is very difficult for us to even bifurcate whether it is AI or real. So really a tough task for all of us to handle AI, to live with AI. I'm not saying compete with AI, because there is no competition per se, because we are going to use them till the time they are not sitting here as panelists. So that is what my view is. And definitely the open source and closed source information will definitely improve AI in years to come. And we are going to have a challenging time with how to handle AI. That is what I personally believe.
Thanks, Devendra. So this gives me an insight to ask you, Simon, a question. What, according to your experience in your jurisdiction, basically, how the boards are taking it up? Because in any case, for any decision, ultimately the responsibility is to the board. So I just want maybe you to just share your feedback, your thought process, how the board in your jurisdictions are getting acclimatized using the AI and maybe owning the decision which is AI based.
Now, from my point of view, I think it's true that AI will improve productivity and develop human capital better, but it must be used responsibly, ethically, and transparently with certain human intervention. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it's going to be seen as a replacement for authentic leadership, because it's not going to complement, it may complement human wisdom, but AI is commonly used, but I think it lacks human experience, emotional and ethical reasoning, even to the extent of contextual understanding, and is unable to distinguish what is right and wrong. Now, in Malaysia, I think the trend is that they were trying to ask, the board was trying to ask AI, for example, to ask for a tax advice or a legal opinion. And I think insofar as the responsibility is concerned, the board cannot absolve itself and be over-dependent on AI to give that tax advice or whatnot. So I think they need to be very discerning. And you know what? If they wanted an advice from a taxation aspect or even legal, I think it still makes sense that they still get lawyers to come in, a tax consultant to come in. Because you know why? To the extent if the lawyers or the consultants is negligent, the board can sue the lawyers or the tax consultant to the extent they're negligent. But can the board sue an AI? You can't sue the AI. The AI just give you the advice. So to me, I think the greatest challenge is that not on AI, it's not on technology, but more importantly is how we use it meaningfully. I think that's important. And I just want to quote that in Malaysia, there's a High Court judge. A High Court judge sum up in terms of the use of AI. She said this: while AI may have the edge over human brain in terms of rational output, efficiency, it ultimately fails the realms of objectivity, and the reality of human experience encompass not just objectivity, but also subjectivity and consciousness. So that's what she has said. So I think, to me, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's the overall responsibility of the board to oversee the efficacy of technology and initiatives on AI and all that. And I think board of directors, as far as company secretaries, I think they should have this continuous strategy of building proficiency and expand their knowledge beyond domains, especially on digital technology, on AI and technology, so that this will then enhance their role. So I think that's my perspective.
Thank you. So actually picking from what Simon was mentioning about the board's knowledge and the corporate secretaries. So Devendra, I would like you to just share your thought in terms of what, according to your sense, should be the criteria, or maybe how the capacity building to the board, to the corporate secretaries, and what, according to your experience, the use case, if you can share some of the use case in the Indian boards, that would be beneficial for the all.
Definitely. So what I believe is there are two types of companies prevailing, maybe in India or even in Malaysia or in any territory for that matter. Few companies are well regulated, few companies are well governed. So well regulated companies can extensively use AI because there are regulations. You have to follow the regulations. AI can tell you whether you have followed the regulation or not. Very easy. But when it comes to well-governed companies, when we are talking about corporate governance, it is something more than regulations. There is ethics, there is warmth, there is culture, there is tradition, and there are n number of things on which the decisions of well-governed companies are dependent upon. So in those companies, definitely you may be required to have AI plus human intervention at a very higher level, because governance talks about what is right, whereas law talks about what is legal. There is a difference between what is right and what is legal. So AI can definitely tell you what is legal, but very difficult for AI to judge whether it is right or wrong. So that is what my thought process is. And definitely nowadays, even in one of the sessions in 2022, it was a session on amendments to OECD principles of corporate governance. I was luckily, unluckily, the panelist for, again, the AI session. And at that point of time also, I had mentioned that one day there will be a situation wherein independent director on a board of a listed company has to be a robot. This regulation might come in. Because see, at this point of time, we all need to ask ourselves whether our independent directors are really independent. If not, because they might be also taking some decisions on some bias, some emotions, some thought processes which are not as per data. Yeah. If you look at a robo as an independent director, he would know the entire history of the company. He will have every number of your financial statements by heart. Yeah, he knows everything what is going on outside the company, and he will be one person who can give you a decision based on a proper analysis of a huge data which is not possible for a human being to analyze. That is what I believe. So I'm just thinking aloud, and this thought I had put forward in 2022. Till today, there is no such requirement, but I don't know whether in future you might see a robot actually installed at a board meeting. At present, yes, definitely those audio-visual systems, they are recording, the transcript is getting generated, the AI is attending those meetings for actual preparation of minutes, but slowly the time will come wherein they can give their own remarks also on the decision which you are making. So I think such kind of things are going to happen in future, not at present. Luckily for all of us, at least for next 10 years, we are safe. But you never know, because the way AI is getting, like it is changing day by day, you never know how fast you will see AI responding to each of the decision taken at a board meeting. So I think this is what I believe. Yeah.
Can I add on to what he has said about AI replacing human beings? From my point of view, I think that human remains indispensable, especially if your noble profession is you're a company secretary, you're a lawyer, you're a director. I think that's the things that you cannot replace, because it's emotional and stuff like that. I think last but not least, I think if you watch the movie Avatar, you can create an avatar, okay? My president, Funi, they can provide an avatar for her. She can go up the stage, she can talk. But you know what? I can have coffee with her. You can't. Avatar, you can't have coffee with Avatar. I can coffee with her. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Good, thank you, Simon. So Simon, going back to my previous question to Devendra, I would also like you to share your perspective from the Malaysian governance point of view in terms of the capacity building to your board of directors in your jurisdiction. What generally is the practice in the Malaysia jurisdiction in terms of maybe, I will not say training, rather I would use the word capacity building for the board of directors to acclimatize them with the AI use of new technology and the accountability, because in any case they are the responsible body for any decision-making process.
Okay, in Malaysia, what we have is that if you are a appointed new independent director, they have what they call an MAP training, MAP 1 and 2. And the MAP 2 training, the strong emphasis on technology, because they want directors, if you are onboarding a new independent director into a listed company, that training, it is specifically centered on technology, AI and all that, cyber security and so on, because they want the directors coming on board into the listed company to be up to speed on technology. So it's a part of the training. So you can't run away. So if you are a new independent director, you need to know what's going on the AI space, the technology space and all that. It's a mandatory training before you get on board into a listed company. So that's something that the regulators, the Securities Commission and the listing requirements that make it training. And of course, if you are an independent director appointed, the cost of this training is not cheap. It's quite expensive. It could call up about $4,000 or $5,000, but it is borne by the company. Say, for example, if they bring you aboard, you don't worry, they'll pay for the cost and they get you to attend. And what's happening also is that you just imagine if I was a board of directors sitting in this listed co for the 5 years, I've attended the course 5 years ago, and then I got readmitted to another new company coming in. The regulators are saying that if you attended this so-called MAP2 course on technology AI, it could be outdated. They're encouraging this director that sits in the new board to get a retraining on another, because the syllabus is now changing. So that's where we are in the space currently.
Yeah, thanks, Simon, for the insight. So going back to Devendra's maybe thought when he was sharing about the use of AI, he actually mentioned about that AI should be used intelligently. So I would, before I move to my second section, wherein I have a couple of questions which I will be asking you guys. So I would like to share two use case example, a live use case example, which actually where the AI was actually very, very useful in terms of improvising the decision. Going back to my previous comment, wherein I feel that AI can definitely, you can say, help you improvising your decision. So first example was in my fraud analytics, because in terms of the fraud control framework, you can say, or a fraud risk surveillance, So we have a tool, which AI enabled tool, which gives me early warning. Maybe if some, because we are an insurance company. We write health insurance, motor insurance, property insurance, all types of general insurance. You can say we cover all types of general insurance products. So so we analyze through our experience that in certain jurisdiction, the claim suddenly has a spike. So we use the AI tool wherein it was so maybe accurate, so accurate in telling us which geography, what type of vehicle, what type of maybe you can say intermediaries, we call it, the guys who source the policies, are maybe prone to fraud. So basis that, we actually improvised our decision in terms of claims assessment, and that benefited the company. In other example, there was a claim which was a property claim. There was a fire in one of the industry. So at the time of assessment of the claim, I think the claim guys suspected something. So we actually correlated that with our AI engine, and then AI tool, the model which we use in claims assessment, fraud analytics, it was so precise and predictable that he gave us some insight basis that we went to the forensic and we found some element which was not originally required to be present in at the factory, and that's got actually, it was actually basically after that analysis, we repudiated the claim immediately because unnecessarily, because that was a manufacturing unit, was supposed to have certain type of chemicals, but when we did the forensic analysis based on the AI, you can say alert, we found that the chemical which was found was inflammable, and no way that was supposed to be present in that factory. So that's how you can use maybe AI intelligently, what Devin was saying. So now coming to the next session, next part of my questions, I would like Devin to just maybe share your thought. From your point of view, would regulation potentially restrain AI adoption or by the companies, or could it be beneficial by promoting responsible governance or trust? So I would request you to share your thought.
Definitely. AI, no regulations will stop companies from using AI, not at all. There is no possibility even to regulate certain things. So whether companies using AI or not, you as a regulator will not understand whether they are using it or not. Like for example, Institute of Company Secretaries tomorrow comes out with a regulation that no company secretary should draft a resolution with the help of AI. Can they come out with such regulations? It's not possible. Even if they come out with such regulations, it is very difficult to actually monitor that. It's not possible at all. So I don't think no government will stop or restrain or will avoid a company from using AI. They will definitely tell companies to go full-fledged in AI. My simple view is, as a company secretary, as a person, as a human being, you need to analyze what are the things which you do for living. Maybe a manufacturing industry, what they do for their manufacturing. There will be 20 steps. Out of 20 steps, what can be completely outsourced to AI? Yeah, so you can find out, okay, 5 things I can completely outsource it to AI without actually hitting my bottom line or my sales, or without affecting my ESG, because there is a social element. If I remove 100 employees at a time and bring in 5 robots, it is going to hit my ESG also. So I don't want to get into that also. So what I will do is I will prepare a list of things which I do as a manufacturing industry. 5 things I completely give it to the AI. 5 things will be AI with a human loop, and rest of the things will be completely human. That is what we will bifurcate. You as a practicing CS also can decide that, okay, I have prepared the minutes, Now I have to prepare certain documents based on minutes. Okay, you give it to AI. That's not a problem. Yeah, creating certified copies. I will not get into typing those things. It will be quick. Yeah, but when it comes to drafting of a petition or drafting of a legal opinion, as he said, definitely we need to have a AI with human. And there are few things which are like transaction advisory, wherein there are things which you need to understand ethically also whether it is correct or not. There you will only apply human intelligence. That is how we can definitely bifurcate our day-to-day operations, company secretary's operations, manufacturing person's operations, anything. So it has to be bifurcated, and no government, I don't think so, I'm not pretty sure, but no government will stop or restrict the use of AI. What they can at the most say, use AI responsibly, that's it.
Yeah, I think I wanted to add to say that the ethical use, and they should have boundaries.
That's
and of course, the board should have oversight on all this. When you talk about AI, I think to some extent it helps, with the data analytics. You are able to analyze information and so forth. I give you an example. A friend of mine 1 week ago was talking to me about corruption, corruption and all that. You can use AI, and if in the country, I don't know which country or even Malaysia, you can use AI to detect the patterns of corruption. You can detect the patterns of corruption, and when you can see why is corruption occurring, and you can check the pattern. And when you are able to check the patterns of the corruption, you may even then come up with certain safeguard or measures to actually nip in the bud on corruption and so on. So I think that is something that is very important. Because it's just a tool. To me, AI is just a tool, but you still need to some extent human intervention, but the ethical use and all that is very important. That's my point of view.
Yeah, very well said, Simon. So going back to my previous example when I was mentioning about the fire incident in one of our claims, so we went to the extent of even analyzing the fire pattern. So that gives us the idea that this is not a natural fire, rather it is a homemade, the human-made fire. So as you have just mentioned about the corruption.
Yeah.
So now coming to you, Simon, how do you see the relationship between AI and human decision making is evolving?
Like I just mentioned earlier on, I reiterate the point that you can use AI to come up with some of the patterns or some of the rationale of the information. But I think end of the day, it is the authentic leaders that will make the decision based on that information. You don't expect the AI to say that you should do this, you should do that. Even AI comes up with that decision, the authentic leaders should be discerning in their views, looking and see whether it makes sense, because end of the day, they are human beings, they will know the emotional effect and the ethics and all that, because AI can come up with something, remember I mentioned earlier, they cannot differentiate what is right and what is wrong. They just come out. But if you are the authentic leader, then you say, hey, the AI came out with this report and they say to do this, but it's not correct, it's not proper, it's not ethical. Then you say, no, this cannot be done. So this is where the importance of human intervention comes in, finally, based on AI. AI is definitely an important game changer as far as I'm concerned in our daily lives. We use it a lot. So definitely it's useful. But again, it must be used with certain boundaries. Thank you.
Good, Simon. So your thought has actually given me a clue for my next question. So Devendra, I will ask you, who should be accountable for the AI decision? It should be the data scientist, the accountable function, or maybe the board?
No, it is the board. That's it. Because as he said, you cannot put a robot in jail. So we have to have a human person to put it behind the bars. And therefore, I think it is the responsibility of the board. You can take help of anyone. Yeah, it can be human, it can be robot, it can be AI, anything, any intelligence, but a final decision has to be taken by the board. Unless there is a regulation wherein it says that majority of the directors should be robots, till that time humans will be responsible.
So what's your view, Simon?
I think there was one talk that I attended a couple of months ago. In US, they got an AI CEO, to manage the board and all that. They tested in US, they had that. And you know what happened? The CEO came up with a lot of decisions and all that, and the directors were very uncomfortable and all that, because the CEO is very aggressive, came up with a lot of strategy, business strategy. But you know what? Some of the things, the strategy they come out is not ethical, things they do is hitting below the belt and so on. So again, that's why I said that's important, that you have the directors who makes decision and they are able to see what is right and wrong. So I don't see in the future you will have 9 or 10 board of directors sitting, robots sitting in the board. I don't think that will ever happen. If there's such a company, then I think I wouldn't join. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. So now, since I have an opportunity that my friend Devendra, who was also the past president of the institute, is sitting next to me. So I have an opportunity to ask you a question which is actually to the institute also. So should we create a global AI auditing certification, maybe system to ensure trust, something?
Absolutely,
something
absolutely.
Like,
So all these AI apps, see at present there are, so every a graduate past can have his own AI app, and he will float it in the market and people will start using it. So there are no regulations in respect of what kind of AI app can be prepared or can be publicly circulated. Nobody is having that control. So slowly, definitely, government will regulate all these preparation of softwares or apps, and then definitely we will have a role to play in auditing those apps in respect of, to me, company secretaries as of now are not capable enough, may it be any company secretary, to audit a AI app certification. So we have a very big scope, but we have a very steep thing to climb. So I think we are not capable enough to audit a AI app, or its certification is out of the virtue. And in India at present, every company secretary is happy with what certifications they are having as of now. So I don't think they want more and more certifications. And in a complex thing, they don't want.
I have something in my mind. I'll take
Sure,
that with offline.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
Yeah. So Simon, over to you now. Same question. What is your view in terms of Malaysian governance perspective?
I've got nothing to add. I think what you said is true, in terms of, I think the important thing is we have to have ethics and guidelines and measures to manage AI, especially, what we call crisis management. If an organization has got a lot of AI tools being used and all that, what happens if there's a breakdown? Do you have contingent plans to address and to, manage the collapse of some of the AI tools that you have and all that? So you must have contingent plans to be in place to back up your AI tools and all that. That's why I say sometimes you don't have that backup tools and all that, then you'll be caught in a dilemma. So I think that's important. You must have a contingent plan. You have a crisis management team to be able to step up and do things, use human intervention to address those issues. I think that's important.
Yeah, so my last question to Devendra, and then I will request Simon also to actually share his thoughts. How should the board and executives actually incorporate AI into corporate strategy without overestimating it? And what, according to your sense, would be the role of a corporate secretary?
Yeah, when we talk about use of AI in a board meeting or use of AI by the board, definitely, see, 5 years before, we all were circulating those paper agendas and paper documents. Now we have started using the softwares. Yeah, slowly we are driven by the technology. Slowly the real-time data is coming to the board. See, basically the thing is, AI is really attractive. AI is really useful, but you cannot completely rely on that. And the board should not go full-fledged into AI. That is what I think. And as a company secretary, definitely we are the torch bearers of governance, torchbearers of ethics. And basically, there are a lot of things which are dependent on certain principles of carrying out business responsibly. So I think all those things will still remain with the human, and board of directors should, again, as I mentioned, they should list down the things which they need to do, which can be given to AI, which can be AI plus human, and which should be human. So if this bifurcation can be done by the board, definitely they will have a very good decision. At present, what is happening in decision making, there is no opposition. So if all board members decide to go for X, nobody is saying Y. But if AI says Y, definitely there will be a good discussion. And good discussion will always lead to a better decision. So in a way, you can use AI for a better decision by the board, and which will add value to the stakeholders. That is what my concluding remarks.
Thanks, Devendra.
Yeah,
Simon, what's your
just very
thought?
quickly, I just want to say that AI and technology will help to take away the mundane tasks, collating of information, come up with data analytics for the directors, for them to be able to analyze, digest, and then make a decision. I think that will be the powerful use of AI. That is going to be a big game changer, because in the past you use human beings to collate, but if you use AI to collect the information, data analytics and all that, and you do a quick summary, I think that will support the directors and all that. And I remember I mentioned about the point that we need to combine both hybrid intelligence and the use of human strengths, because I think at the end of the day, I just want to reiterate the point that human brings moral wisdom, empathy and values, whereas AI excels in processing data at scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. So now it's time to wrap up, but I'll wrap up this session by thanking both the panelists with a great thank you. It was an insightful session. And a closing question on behalf of audience. So what, according to your sense, Devendra and Simon, you may choose not to answer if you feel it's a controversial question. So
I will answer.
What, according to what is your thought process? Will people lose job because of the AI?
Absolutely, they will lose job initially, but later on, they will also become part of this entire system, and they will find out some other job. Like for example, a company secretary might lose a job because he's just drafting the resolution, preparing minutes, notice, agenda, that's it. If that is the role which has been played by one company secretary, he will lose a job, definitely. But if you are really adding value to your company, you will never lose a job. So that is what I believe. AI will not compete with you. If you use it tactfully, it will definitely help you. I'll give you a very small example. There was, on Saturday evening, I received one document which was supposed to be returned back to the, it was an agreement. It was sent by the bankers, and bankers were chasing my office for finding out what are the changes to be made. I gave it to my one of the associate. He put it in AI, and he asked that please find out grammatical mistakes in that document, not the legal mistakes. Yeah, AI found out 100 grammatical mistakes. He wrote an email saying that first you correct all grammatical mistakes, and then we will discuss about the document. So we could get that some time. So in between, we went through the document. Till that time, the bankers were actually correcting all the grammars. I don't know why they did not use the AI, but then it was something like this. So I think people who don't really add value will definitely lose job for the time being, but for survival, they will come out and again be a part of this AI system. You cannot ignore AI for sure. Thank you.
Thanks for such a bold answer.
I agree totally with you that we will not lose our jobs. In fact, for me, my council members, sometimes they want to take my photo because you know why? They want to create the avatar of Simon Yeo. So in fact, they will have more of me rather than one of Simon Yeo. So I think it's better, you know.
Great. So let's wrap up with a round of applause to all the panelists. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, speakers and the panelists. I request all of you to kindly rise for a group photograph. Can we have a huge round of applause for our final panel discussion of the evening? Thank you so much. Thank you. We now move forward to our final segment of the evening today. Our chief guest and guest of honor for this evening, we have Ms. Aditi Tatkare, Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, Maharashtra. She is slightly delayed because she is in a budget session, but she'll be joining us in a moment. Ms. Aditi Tatkare is actually the Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development in Maharashtra and a member of the Legislative Assembly representing the Srivardhan constituency. With a political career rooted in local governance, she was previously serving as the president of the Raigad Zilla Parishad in 2017 to 19. Before transitioning to state leadership, in her current role, she's a key advocate for women's empowerment, social welfare, notably overseeing major state initiatives like the Maaji Ladki Bahin Yojana. An academic achiever, Ms. Tatkare holds a Master's of Arts from the University of Mumbai and a Diploma in Human Resources. Before her appointment as a minister in 2023, she served as a Minister of State in 2019 to 2022. Managing diverse portfolios, including industries, tourism, law, and judiciary. Recognized for her leadership and administrative efficiency, she also serves as the Guardian Minister of Raigad district in Maharashtra. Can we have a huge round of applause for our chief guest of the evening? The guest of honor we have tonight is Shri Sanjay Deena Patil, Member of Parliament, Mumbai North East Lok Sabha, Maharashtra. He's the member of the Lok Sabha, the lower house of the India's parliament, representing the Mumbai North East constituency in Maharashtra. He's recognized for his work in governance, social welfare, and public service. His political career spans the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly and terms in the Lok Sabha. He has served on several key parliamentary committees, including Housing and Urban Affairs, Railways, Culture and Tourism, Labor and Urban Development. Alongside his legislative contributions, he is known for his involvement in social work and entrepreneurship, bringing both grassroots experiences and public policy understanding to his public role. Can we have a huge round of applause for the guest of honor for tonight? As we wait for both our chief guests and guest of honor, I request the stars of the evening to also come on stage. First, can we have a huge round of applause as we welcome Fumi Ekundeo, President CSIA. Can we have a huge round of applause for President CSIA? I'd also like to invite CS Pawan Chandak, President of ICSI, to come on the dais, please. And with a huge round of applause, can we also welcome Vice President CSIA, CS Dhananjay Shukla, sir. Can we have the applause going as the dignitaries take the dais? In India, we believe Atithi Devo Bhava. Our guest is our God. We'd like to welcome our President CSIA, Fumi Ekundeo, with a hand-woven shawl. Each thread of this hand-woven shawl holds patience, precision, and perfection. And just like trust, this shawl has also been woven with every strand with love and care. So kindly accept our Indian tradition, a hand-woven shawl. I request CS Pawan Chandak, sir, to kindly felicitate ma'am in our Indian tradition. Can we have a huge round of applause for this? As a sign of respect from in the Indian culture, a hand-woven shawl is presented to President CSIA. I now welcome you, ma'am, to deliver the welcome address and welcome all the participants and delegates for the evening.
Distinguished guests, respected governance leaders, award recipients, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is a great honor to welcome you all to the second CSIA Global Governance Awards. Your presence here tonight reflects something important. It tells us that governance matters, not just as a checklist or a mere compliance exercise, but as a foundation of trust, resilience, and long-term value in a rapidly changing world. The Corporate Secretaries International Association, CSIA, was established in Geneva in the year 2010 at the World Bank headquarters in Paris and was supported by the International Finance Corporation, IFC, and the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, as a flagship for corporate governance and a platform to provide a unified voice globally for corporate secretaries and governance professionals. Today, CSIA is a global federation of 12 national professional bodies, including India, our host for this wonderful event. Can we give a round of applause to India? ICSI. Thank you. Nigeria, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, Southern Africa, Bangladesh, Canada, the United States of America, Indonesia, Kenya, and the United Arab Emirates. Thank you. Together, CSIA members represent more than 100,000 individual corporate secretaries and governance professionals throughout 3 continents across the world. I am very happy to acknowledge the representatives from many of our CSIA member organizations at this event tonight, and more will be watching the event online. And I'd at this point like to recognize my own president, who I'm sure is watching online. She was meant to be a panelist tonight, Mrs. Utopana, FCIS, but unfortunately she can't be here with us in person, but I'm sure she's there virtually. And as a matter of fact, she's the first recipient of the maiden edition of the Corporate Secretary of the Year at our maiden Global Governance Awards in 2024. Please appreciate my president for me. Thank you. I would like to express my gratitude to our guest of honor and keynote speaker for gracing our event with their esteemed presence and for sharing their valuable insights, which I trust would come soon enough. To our panelists and moderators, I'm sure we've all had a wonderful session during the panel discussion tonight. I'd like to thank all of you for sharing the experiences and insights from your different jurisdictions and growing the important governance dialogue. My sincere thanks to our silver sponsors, Reliance Microfinance Bank of Nigeria and the Hong Kong Chartered Governance Institute, who recognized the importance of the CSI platform and the governance profession and supported this event. Our appreciation also goes to our bronze sponsors, Brickfield Asia College, STL Asset Management Limited Nigeria, Botpark, and Mike Sir, who saw the value in our global network. Can we please appreciate our sponsors of tonight's event? Thank you very much. This night would also not have been possible without the hard work and resilience of the organizing group for this event, ably led by the CEO of CSIA, Ms. Zara Kazim. Please, Zara, can you rise for recognition and appreciation? Thank you. And the ICSI team here in India, and I would like for particular recognition, Ms. Priti Banerjee and Mr. Sonu Lakani. Thank you so much for all your hard work and support for this event. We would also like to appreciate the entire ICSI Secretariat. I thank this amazing team most profusely for their dedication. Thank you also, CS Pawan G. Chandak, President of ICSI, and the ICSI Council for having sincerely supported this event. A big thank you to Ms. Jess Batchelor, I'm sure she's watching online as well, of Nimbla Limited, headquartered in London, for the digital content and creative material. A special thank you as well goes to Mr. Kapil Lad for his assistance with the trophies and printing of the reports. Permit me to also recognize tonight, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the presence in person of our honorary life president of CSIA, Ms. Sushila Menon. Please, can we appreciate our life president? And the immediate past president of CSIA, Mr. Robert Likang. Robert, please stand up for recognition. Thank you. By extension, I would also like to acknowledge and appreciate all the past presidents of CSIA. We thank them for the strong foundation they have laid for the continued growth of this prestigious professional and global body. I also want to acknowledge very warmly members of the EXCO and council members. Most of them are also in this room. I thank them for their dedication, commitment, and purposeful leadership. When we launched these awards, our purpose was simple but ambitious. We wanted to recognize organizations and individuals who do governance well and who do it responsibly, thoughtfully, and also with courage. Tonight, as we gather for the second time, that purpose feels more relevant than ever. We heard the last panel discussion and a lot of food for thought for all of us as governance professionals. Indeed, we're living through an evolving global governance landscape with issues such as economic uncertainty, geographical tension, climate risks, technological disruption, and rising societal expectations all converging at once. Boards and leadership teams are being asked to make decisions that are more complex, more visible, and more consequential than at any other point in recent history. In this current dispensation, good governance is no longer about avoiding failure. It is about enabling sustainable success and innovation that is a powerful driver of that success. Technology, especially artificial intelligence, is reshaping how organizations operate, compete, and create value. AI offers remarkable opportunities for efficiency, insight, and growth. However, it also raises profound ethical questions. Questions about accountability, transparency, privacy, and trust. It is imperative, however, that governance keeps pace with innovation, not by slowing it down, but by guiding it responsibly. Ethical frameworks, clear oversight, and informed leadership are essential if technology is to serve the people and not the other way around. This is where governance shows its true strength. Governance is a bridge between innovation and responsibility. It ensures the progress does not come at the expense of integrity. The same is true for ESG. Environmental, social, and governance considerations are no longer peripheral. They are central to corporate strategy, investor confidence, and public legitimacy. Stakeholders today expect organizations to understand their impact on the world and to act accordingly. But ESG is not about slogans or reports alone. It is about decisions. It is about how risks are assessed, how trade-offs are made, and how long-term consequences are considered alongside short-term results. Strong governance turns ESG from aspiration into action. At the heart of all this is responsible corporate leadership. Leadership today requires more than technical competence or financial acumen. It requires judgment, empathy, and it also requires a willingness to ask the difficult questions, even when the answers can be uncomfortable. This is where the role of corporate secretaries and governance professionals have never been more important. Corporate secretaries and governance professionals sit at the center of the governance ecosystem. They are trusted advisors to the board, the guardian of process, and increasingly a strategic partner in navigating complexities. They ensure that governance is not just well-designed, but well-lived. Excellence in governance does not happen by accident. It happens because dedicated professionals commit themselves to high standards, continuous learning, and ethical leadership. Many of these professionals are with us tonight as CSIA Global Governance Awards exist to recognize exactly that. Tonight, we honor governance excellence in its many forms. We are also celebrating organizations that have embedded strong governance in their culture. At CSIA, we recognize corporates not only as participants, but as co-creators of governance leadership that advances ethical business, sustainable growth, and societal impact. As I begin to wind down my welcome speech, I'd like to speak very briefly on one of CSIA's many initiatives at inclusion, the Corporate Associates Program, CAP for short. The CSIA Corporate Associates Program has been designed for any corporation, nonprofit, academic or research institution or government entity that shares our aims and objectives and aims to be recognized as a responsible corporate citizen committed to governance excellence. The CAP program places governance leadership at the center of corporate engagement through executive dialogue, research collaboration, and capacity building initiatives. CAP empowers corporates to act as co-creators of ethical, transparent, and sustainable governance. Organizations who join the CSIA CAP program strengthen their internal governance while contributing to broader societal and policy impacts. This event recognizes all leaders who have shown vision and integrity, and we acknowledge those who have raised the bar of what responsible governance can and should be. In conclusion, to our award recipients tonight, I say congratulations. Your work sets an example for others to follow. To those who were nominated, your efforts matter, and your impact is felt, whether your name is called out tonight or not. And to everyone here, let us remember this: governance is not static. It evolves as the world evolves. Our challenge and our responsibility is to ensure that it evolves in the right direction, one that embraces innovation without losing ethics, one that drives performance without compromising responsibility, and one that builds trust, not just for today, but for the generations that follow. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your commitment to governance excellence, and thank you for being part of this important journey. I wish you a wonderful evening and a memorable awards ceremony, and I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a warm welcome. It truly tells us today world is a small place, as so many countries have gathered today to celebrate this award session. I now request CS Dhananjay Shukla, sir, Vice President CSIA and former President ICSI, to deliver the address. Sir.
Good evening. Sanskriti rightly pointed out with the sloka Atithi Devo Bhava. With these words that fit at the center of our Indian culture, heritage and hospitality, and I, as a proud member of both the ICSI and the CSIA family, I extend my warm welcome to each one of you here this evening. Ms. Humi Kundayo, President CSIA, my President C.S. Pamanji Chandak, Vice President ICSI Dwarkanath Chennurji, former President Ranjit Pandey ji, Devendra Deshpande ji, B. Narasimhan Saab, Secretary ICSI Ashish Mohan ji, Chairman WIRC Yogesh Chaudhary ji, lifetime President of CSIA Dr. Susila Menon ji, Robert, all the representatives from the member countries to the CSIA, CEO Ms. Jara Kasim ji, senior members of the profession, young members, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the Corporate Governance, Global Governance Award function of the CSIA here this evening. Kindly put your hands together to welcome all our guests from across the world who have assembled here to present these awards to the finalists and award winners companies. So it is indeed a matter of great honor that our chief guest and the guest of honor are likely to join in a couple of minutes. Another, son of soil, Pamanji Chandakji, Dharti Putra from, Maharashtra. Pamanji, we welcome you here in your own state. We extend our warm welcome to all the delegates and all the distinguished panelists also. I'm equally delighted to welcome, Fumi, President CSIA. My president, I would say from CSIA perspective. I'm equally delighted to welcome once again Pawanji. Today I stand before all of you, not only as the immediate former president of the ICSI, but also the vice president of the CSIA. So indeed, I am as much part of the ICSI as the part of the CSI family. And the coming together of these two entities, ICSI and CSIA, is the perfect example of the shared commitments of these two entities, as well as the dedicated endeavors of both the entities, and that is why CSIA chose Mumbai in Maharashtra to host this award function ceremony. And on that note, I would like to extend a very warm and heartfelt welcome to all the finalists and all the award winners in various categories tonight. This evening that we share today will not be remembered only for this award ceremony, but the shared commitment and choices that each one of you have made over the past few years, and that has led up to this day. Believe me when I say this good governance and responsible action is not a monetary fleeting thought or any fad or fashion statement, but rather it is a choice that we all have made in all consciousness. Taking the right path even when the easier ones are available always becomes momentous. At the ICSI perspective, from the ICSI perspective, I would say that we have a vision statement, we have a mission statement, and our vision statement is to become a global leader in promoting corporate governance. Our mission is to promote high caliber professional in facilitating corporate governance. We have a motto which talks about Satyam Bada Dharmam Chara from the Taittiriya Upanishad. The English translation of that was earlier, speak the truth, abide by the law. Now we have revisited this translation last year, and we have fine-tweaked it, and now the new translation is speak the truth and pursue righteousness. So righteousness is at the core of the corporate governance in every sphere of the working on the path of any good governance. So let the righteousness prevail in every spheres of the working of the corporates across the globe at the right time, in the right manner for all the right stakeholders, so that our respective economy would be scaling up to the new heights, as well as we all would be the harbinger of the good corporate governance in our respective domains. But one thing that we all have understood, that the global entities and global governance professionals, governance or an ESG-centric approach or social mindset is not an option for anyone. Rather, it has become a reality as of today. So where the legislation have been strengthened, the need for adherence has become even stronger. With the stakeholders today being spread across the globe, There is greater accountability and thus need for transparency. And these two pillars have become very dominant. All of you present here would agree with me that when I say that transparency stems from a place of compliance. No entity can be or would be to be the transparent unless it becomes the fully compliant. So compliance is also at the core of the corporate governance function. In totality, if we see, all the concepts are interconnected and are essential not just for governance, but the very sustainability of any entity. This partnership and these awards today celebrate the very goodness, the righteousness which I mentioned, and the optimism to create and step into a better world each day, every day. And that is what all the member countries, the CSIA and the ICSI has been doing. The dawn of the 21st century, and on much closer note, the beginning of this decade has been full of surprises. When this pandemic, erupted in 2019, the digital interface became a reality. And now the artificial intelligence also with the digital interface. And then, of course, continuing discussion on ESG, the impact of corporate actions on the environment, individual lives, and the society at large. We have to see that how much this digital interface and AI have to play a pivotal role and humongous role in all those areas. The present day corporates have copious amount of responsibility, that goes without saying, to shoulder towards their long list of expensively spread out stakeholders as governance professionals at ICSI and also from all the partnering institutions to the CSIA. We have to play a very extremely well-defined and structured role. Mahatma Gandhi once said, and I quote, "Be the change you wish to see in the world," unquote. At these governance institutions come together in the realm and in the umbrella of the CSI to bring about change through appreciation. It is the winners that are the real change makers and who give this quote its real meaning. Extending my heartfelt congratulations to all the winners tonight. And also my heartfelt congratulations to Fumi for choosing India once again, for this awarding, arranging this award function. I once again extend my warm welcome as the Vice President of the CSIA to each one of you present over here. Let's have a magnificent evening here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd now like to request CS Pawan G. Chandak, ICSI President, to kindly deliver his address. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir?
Thank you, Sanskruti. Good evening. Good evening. Jai Maharashtra, Jai Mahesh. We are standing on the land of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. And even though our ICSI's immediate former president and vice president of CSIA, Dhananjay Shuklaji, has already welcomed, including the president CSIA, Ms. Fumi. It is जहाँ से शुरू हुआ अतिथि देवो भव. So it is our duty, being the host, not only from India but also from Maharashtra, to welcome the President CSIA, Vice President CSIA, all the international dignitaries, all the office bearers of CSIA, our former presidents, CS SN Ananta Subramaniam sir, CS Ranjit Pandeji, CS Devendra Deshpandeji, CS B. Narasimhan sir, also former Central Council members, former regional council members, former chairpersons of the regions, former and present managing committee members and former chairmen of the chapters, and also the present chairman of region, CS Yogesh Chaudhary ji, including all the seniors, professionals and colleagues. Very good evening to all of you and welcome. As a host of this award ceremony of CSIA, even though this award is of CSIA, but we know at ICSI, we are hosting these kind of awards for long 25 years. And this year we would be starting the 26th edition of those awards. And we know, and probably at Mumbai only. So we know the process, the stringent quality checks, the entire flow of the events, right from taking the applications, screening them, inviting the applications, setting up the juries, interviewing the award winners, it is not a small or easy process. So let us appreciate, first of all, with huge applaud, the efforts put in by CSIA in arranging these awards. And definitely, we are up for a beautiful, wonderful evening today at these CSIA awards. I also welcome all the finalists, all the participants of these awards. Friends, today as I stand, not only I represent the office of president, but in my capacity as a company secretary, and most important is governance professional. I represent the entire brigade across the globe of governance professionals who are taking forward the baton of governance, not in India, but across the globe. As the saying goes, we cannot be mere consumers of the good governance. We must be the participants, and we must be the co-creators also. Governance and compliance has always been seen as a cost center. It is the message for those who think that it is a cost center. Just if you think it is a cost center and it is expensive, just try non-compliance. And what I have seen is that this non-compliance of the governance has often led to the downturn, if not the fiasco, of every national, international corporates who misses the compliances. So governance is the top priority, is the top on agenda, and should be that for every corporate. And that is why these governance professionals, that the company secretaries, has become more than demanding a profession in today's national and international scenarios. Friends, in the absence of governance and compliance, it is not a profit center, but sometimes beginning the end of the entire corporation as a whole. And since the event today appreciates and recognizes the global governance, my words will not be centered around the scenarios in my homeland, that is India, but about the role of governance as a global windmill of change. When we treat the corporate governance as global windmill of change, then we have to also think of the one more principle which India has given, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is my family, and for us, these are not mere words, but it is an inherent thought to our action, the perspective which is driving our intentions, and most importantly, our ultimate goal. That is, to bring the entire world in unison on the matter of trust, transparency, accountability, compliance, and finally the governance. In Indian Vedas, especially the Ayurveda, it talks about 5 Pancha Mahabhutas, correct? What are those? Those are 5 elements of earth, air, water, fire, and space. Just like that, governance also have 5 different elements, according to me. It is global governments. We have seen the tariff war and all those, what is going on right now. So the global government, then the global institutions, then the global legislations, then the global stakeholders, and most importantly to me is the global expectations. Why global expectations? See, if global expectations is the top priority according to me, because over the past few centuries, what we are observing is the expectations that we have or everyone have from one another has shaped the agenda of the government. Take any government decision of any country across the globe, it is the expectation of their people. It is driving the agenda, the shaping of the agenda. Then the guided vision and goals of the institutions. All the institutions' vision and goals are also is based on the expectation. Then for stakeholders, expectation have stakeholders at the center of all the decisions, and expectation has been the reason of enactment of new or amendment of the existing laws and legislations. So friends, if we become what we think, what we think, then it is a necessarily imperative and compulsorily mandatory that we pave the way for the thoughts of good governance. Friends, each one of us, whether it is the finalists and the winners of today's awards, the panelists or the moderators of today's award winning, governance institutions or the governance professionals which are present in this hall, or with the government, which we are missing today due to budget session of Maharashtra Assembly and a few other things. All of us together, through these awards, are laying the expectations and more importantly, giving the roadmap as to how they can be met. The expectations of transparency and roadmap for compliance is the buzzword, and we should concentrate, I repeat, the expectations of transparency and the roadmap of compliances. I feel a tremendous sense of optimization as I look towards the winners tonight, because these winners have competed across the globe in every category. Coming from the institution which understands significance of recognition, that is ICSI, has been forefront in promoting the good governance, and in the ESG session and also the AI session, you have seen the panelists from whoever our former presidents and heading few boards also at ICSI, how the ICSI is working not only on ESG, but also on the climate change, but also on the various secretarial standards, but also on the AI governance, BPR and whatnot. So everything is going, the efforts of ICSI and also CSIA, I suppose, are towards the good governance and good governance practices. The shift on the global diaspora is visible in each category, and the thoughts of sustainability are well imbibed in these awards. I wish each one of us, whether winner, company or anybody, so let us discuss the winner company, to move up and also beyond their current status and glorify not just their names, but with them the role of governance, and even more important is good governance in their journey by winning these awards. I say this to the ICSI family, but since you are also part of this family, I would wish to say that you also become a part of this jargon called governance professionals. Each one of you is as much as a brand ambassador of good governance as we are at ICSI. The baton is in our hands, and I am sure that it is the right place to not only play our parts, but promote the good governance and the governance practices. So with these expectations, on this note, I wish all of you a great success in all the future endeavors as a compliance professionals, as a governance professionals, as a company secretary, and once again, I congratulate in advance all the winners, but at the same time, if you have missed on to bag the awards, better luck next time, because governance has no limits. And the earlier we know that governance has no limits, it is evolving day by day, definitely everybody would be the winner, irrespective of the awards. What is important is the winning spirit. And with these words, I once again welcome all of you to India, to these ICSI's hosted CSIA Global Awards. And thank you for your patience listening, and good luck for all the award winners and all the contestants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. To hear from our senior leadership, it's truly a joy and pleasure. Unfortunately, both our chief guest and guest of honor have been delayed due to some government exigencies, but she does send her kind words, and I would like to share them with all of you. By Ms. Aditi Tatkare, Honorable Minister of Women and Child Development, Maharashtra. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Institute of Company Secretaries of India and CSIA for successfully bringing towards this prestigious global event in India. Hosting the Global Governance Awards is not merely an institutional achievement, it reflects India's rising stature in global corporate leadership and governance standards. India today stands at a defining moment in its developmental journey. As one of the fastest growing major economies in the world, India is not only witnessing economic expansion, but also institutional transformation. Make in India governance remains the backbone of sustainable growth. The Institute of Company Secretaries of India, constituted under an Act of the Parliament, has consistently strengthened the framework of corporate governance in our country. I once again congratulate ICSI and CSIA for organizing this prestigious event in India and for their sustained contribution in strengthening governance frameworks across India and worldwide. Thank you. These are the words from our chief guest, CS Aditi Tatkare. We now move forward to the most important and the highlight of the evening, the presentation of the awards. Ladies and gentlemen, we have awaited this moment and we have all been waiting for this, and this has arrived. Can we please have the Global Awards video on screen for the participants and delegates, please? The Global Governance Awards ceremony is a culmination of an exceptional achievement and remarkable contributions to responsible corporate governance, and tonight we celebrate the corporate secretaries and governance professionals who have demonstrated excellent performance in corporate governance. The silent workers will today be put to spotlight. In this respect, we will be presenting the awards to the winners in 5 main categories: the Global Corporate Secretary of the Year Award, Governance Professional of the Year Award, Rising Corporate Secretary of the Year Award, Excellence in Governance Listed and Unlisted Companies Award, and Excellence in Governance ESG. Congratulations to all the finalists. I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly rise as we will congratulate the finalists and will be announcing the winners. For our first category, the Global Corporate Secretary of the Year. The judges were highly impressed by the exceptional standards of entries that have received from all across the world. This caliber of submissions is a testament to the dedication and commitment to our profession. The finalists in this category, Global Corporate Secretary of the Year, are El Sabe Kirsten, Group Company Secretary, Old Mutual, South Africa; Arya Vibisana, Head of Corporate Secretary and Legal, PT Teladan, Prima Agro, TBK, Indonesia, and Carmen Lu Boon, General Manager, Matrix Concepts Holding, Berhad, Malaysia. Can we have a huge round of applause for the finalists for Global Corporate Secretary of the Year? For this category, the award for Global Corporate Secretary of the Year goes to Ms. Elsabe Kirsten from South Africa. Can we have a huge round of applause for the winner? Ms. Elsabe Kirsten from South Africa. Heartiest congratulations to the winner. To kindly be on stage as we play the judges' video. Can we have the judges' video, please? And I request the winner to kindly be on stage.
A chartered secretary with 29 years of experience in the corporate secretarial and governance field, Elsa possesses a depth of experience that is both substantial and distinguished. Serving as a group company secretary of Old Mutual for the past 12 years, Elsa applied this knowledge to lead the transformation of the 180-year-old Mutual Group into a modern, well-structured organization, and provided governance leadership and expert advice throughout the group's transformative journey over the past decade. Elsa's proactive leadership and commitment to change management have made a broad impact, extending well beyond her direct line function. Congratulations to Elsa. Your outstanding commitment to excellence, governance, has earned you this well-deserved recognition. Here's to leading by example and inspiring positive change.
Thank you so much. We now request the winner to kindly deliver an acceptance speech. Ma'am.
Thank you so much to CSI, and congratulations to all the other nominees. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Old Mutual Board and its management for their support over the years, without which this will not be possible. I also would like to thank the team working with me, helping to lift the load of a very large financial services organization's group secretariat, and also the people at home who have to put up with the very odd hours that we as company secretaries have to keep. So once again, thank you so much. Thank you to the judges, and thanks for this award. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you.
We request the winner to kindly be on stage for a group picture. We request the dignitaries also to kindly have a group photograph with the winner. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next category, Governance Professional of the Year. This award has been outstanding, reflecting the deep expertise, integrity, and dedication that define excellence in this particular field. This year's nominees demonstrate not only technical mastery of governance frameworks, risk management, and regulatory compliance, but also the strategic insight and leadership that is needed to guide organizations through complexity and change. The finalists in the category of Global Governance Professional of the Year are, can we have them on the screen? Titi Maria Rosli, Legal Director and Corporate Secretary, PT Ilang Makota, Technology TBK Indonesia. Venue Chang, Corporate Secretary, Tianqi Lithium, Hong Kong. Professor Kenneth Mutuma, Win and Associates, Kenya. And the winner in this category for Global Governance Professional of the Year is Professor Kenneth Mutuma from Kenya. Can we have a huge round of applause for the winner? Sir, can we please have you on stage? A huge round of applause for the winner of Governance Professional of the Year, Professor Kenneth Mutuma from Kenya. Can we please have the judges' video?
And recognizing the need in the insurance industry to merge governance principles with emerging technologies, Professor Mutuma positioned one of Kenya's leading insurance companies to respond effectively to the demands of the modern regulatory environment by merging the transformative governance capacity building program titled Digital Transformation in the Insurance World with a strategic governance transformation agenda.
Professor Mutuma brings extensive practical experience from a wide range of institutions, and his influence has been transformative, anchoring ethical leadership, institutional integrity, and regulatory compliance at the heart of operational practice. His work spans both the private and public sectors, where he has provided advisory support that strengthens transparency, accountability, and alignment with established governance codes. In addition, his academic contributions at the University of Nairobi and Mount Kenya University, through teaching, mentorship, and research, have significantly advanced the scholarly and professional development of governance in the region.
Congratulations, Professor Mutuma. Your dedication to integrity, accountability, and innovation has earned this well-deserved recognition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, we'd like to hear a few words from you.
Well, I just got here on time, and I'm so glad that the flight did not do one on me to miss a very, very special occasion. I really would like to thank CSIA very, very much for organizing this regularly and celebrating so many great minds amongst us who are working in this area of governance. I'd like to congratulate the other finalists for the superb work that they're doing in their part of their world. On my part, I'd really like to say a very, very big thank you to the ICS. The ICS is the local equivalent in that part of our jurisdiction, and for the enormous support that they've given us in this journey of making governance better. For this award, I'm truly grateful that governance in all its phases and lenses is beginning to emerge. The term will vary depending on whether you're in the north or in the south. It will vary whether you're in the public sector or the private sector. And in my case, it will vary very much if you're dealing with insurance that is spanning both the macro and the micro sphere. So I'm very, very thankful that the judges would recognize these unique intricacies, and I am sincerely very, very grateful to receive this award. Thank you, and thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Our next category. Yes, can we please have a group picture as well? I also recognize the presence of CSIA CEO, Ms. Sara Kasim, on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for ma'am as well? Our next category, the Rising Corporate Secretary of the Year Award. This demonstrates their diversity and strong understanding of corporate secretaries' evolving role in today's rapidly shifting global economy. In choosing the winner, the focus was on those who were proactive and championed change and impacted that extended beyond their own organizations. The finalists in this category, can we please have them on screen? We have Charmaine Manzini, Company Secretary, Telcom, South Africa. Abisoe Fada Husni, Assistant Legal Advisor, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Nigeria. Zasa Pinkan Kinati, Head of Corporate Secretary, PT Ventani, Fortuna International, TBK, Indonesia. And the winner in this category for Rising Corporate Secretary of the Year Award goes to none other than Charmaine Manzini from South Africa. Can we have a huge round of applause from Charmaine Manzini, South Africa. Judges video, I'd like to request the dignitaries and this winner to kindly stay on stage so we can have the judges video.
Carmen Manzini led the governance transformation of BankServe Africa, rebranding as Pay Inc. and the migration exercise from legacy bank clearing system in South Africa to a modern digital platform. This was an extensive and visionary undertaking as the outcome was a major change in South Africa's financial clearing system and is now considered a national success story closely aligned with internal financial benchmarks. Congratulations, Carmen, on your award. Your commitment to high standards and good governance is truly commendable.
We'd like to hear from the winner, please, an acceptance speech for Rising Corporate Secretary.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to be here, and it's an honor. So just a thank you also to the CSI Council and the related institutions, fellow recipients and nominees, colleagues as well that are in the room and online. Not to say that AI did or did not help me with my speech tonight, but I accept this recognition with deep gratitude and humility. While this moment reflects the work contributed over the years, I had the privilege yesterday of sitting with some of the council members and the distinguished former president of CSIA, Mr. Robert Likang, shared a powerful reminder to me that there are many professionals who have contributed immensely to this field, yet have never had the opportunity to be nominated for an award or to stand on a stage like this to receive one. So for that reason, I dedicate this recognition not only to my own journey, but to those who laid the foundation before me and us, as also mentioned in Ms. Funmi Ekundaya's address earlier, because this moment represents more than just an individual's work and contribution. It also speaks to those who walk this journey alongside us, our teams, boards, mentors, and organizations who have deepened their understanding of the value that governance brings and drives within their spaces. And perhaps most importantly, and as mentioned that this is the second CSIA Global Governance Award ceremony, this recognition is also dedicated for the next and to the next generation of governance professionals who will further challenge the status quo, improve on what has been built, and carry this profession forward with innovation and courage. I'm truly grateful to my colleagues, my organizations that I've been a contributor to, and to my family for their support and unwavering love during the long hours of being a company secretary. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For our next category, Excellence in Governance Awards, listed and unlisted companies. This reflects a strong and maturing commitment to best practice governance across participating organizations. Overall, the entries collectively reflect a strong standard of governance practice and a growing recognition that excellence in governance is a strategic asset. The breadth and depth of submissions indicate a robust field and a positive trajectory for governance quality across the global community. The finalists in this category, in Excellence in Governance, listed and unlisted companies, can we have them on the screen? We have Eastern Bank PLC Bangladesh, Nedbank Group South Africa, IDLC Finance PLC Bangladesh. For this category, Excellence in Governance, listed and unlisted companies, the award goes to Nedbank Group South Africa. Can we have a huge round of applause? And we request the winner to kindly come on stage to collect the award. Can we keep the applause going for the winner, Nedbank Group South Africa? We shall now have the judges' video. I request the dignitaries to kindly.
While the majority of submissions met or surpassed the expected baseline standards for the awards, one organisation distinguished itself through exemplary governance practices. Nedbank demonstrated strong governance best practice by maintaining clear independence within its leadership structure. The board and its committees reflect a strong commitment to diversity, representation and inclusivity across leadership structures, demonstrating meaningful gender representation at the highest level of governance and enhancing the depth of perspectives applied to oversight and decision-making. The racial diversity on the board reflects strong progress in the advancement and empowerment of historically underrepresented groups. The organisation ensures that its digital services reach underserved individuals and small, micro and medium enterprises, supporting broader economic participation. Furthermore, the organisation upholds fair and transparent sourcing practices that actively support Black-owned businesses. Collectively, these indicators demonstrate a governance environment that prioritises equity, diverse viewpoints and inclusive participation, strengthening overall leadership effectiveness and organisational credibility. We extend heartfelt congratulations to Nedbank for a well-deserved win in this category, a true benchmark for the governance community.
Congratulations, sir. Can we please have an acceptance speech from the winner?
Thank you. On behalf of Nedbank, it's my privilege to accept this award. This recognition is especially meaningful for us because it affirms the principle that we hold deeply. Governance is the backbone of sustainable value creation. As a South African and African bank, we believe that strong governance is essential not only for our resilience, but for the trust placed in us by diverse stakeholders across the continent. This award gives us courage and assurance that the path we have chosen, anchored in transparency, accountability, sustainability, and ethical leadership, is the right one. It means a lot to us that this proudly South African bank is being recognized at an international level. Thank you to the CSIA for this honor, and to my colleagues across Nedbank, whose dedication makes this possible. We are proud of this recognition and even more determined to continue leading with governance excellence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For our final category of awards this evening, the Excellence in Governance ESG. This year's submissions in this category demonstrated a clear step towards how companies are embedding ESG principles into their operations. Many entrants presented well-designed strategies, transparent reporting, and evidence of meaningful impact. The standard was consistently high, reflecting a broader shift towards treating sustainability, governance, and social responsibility as central to any business. The finalists in this category for Excellence in Governance ESG, can we have them on the screen? Duo Pharma Biotech Berhad, Malaysia. We have Grameen Phone Limited, Bangladesh, and Oando PLC, Nigeria. The finalists, can we have a huge round of applause for the finalists in this category? And the award for Excellence in Governance ESG goes to Duo Pharma Biotech Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for Duo Pharma Biotech Limited, Malaysia? Keep the applause going for the winner in this category, Duo Pharma Biotech, Malaysia. I request all to kindly be on stage as we play the judges' video.
Duo Pharma Biotech of Malaysia has advanced its environmental performance through a structured approach to emissions reduction, resource efficiency, and climate risk management. The company strengthens its social performance through a broad set of programs focused on employee well-being, inclusion, ethical labor practices, and community impact, and reporting is integrated into Duo Pharma's annual sustainability disclosures, which, as I mentioned, follow best-in-class global standards. Its governance foundations are strengthened through a focus on leadership diversity, transparency, ethical conduct, and a strong focus on anti-corruption and clear ESG accountability. By combining purposeful initiatives with measurable impact, Duo Pharma creates long-term value for employees, shareholders, and communities, while reinforcing its role as a responsible, sustainable healthcare provider. On behalf of the judging panel and CSIA, I congratulate Duo Pharma Biotech on this well-deserved recognition.
Can we please have an acceptance speech, sir?
Good evening, everyone. Distinguished guests, my sincere thanks to CSIA for this meaningful honor. I'm reminded that governance is not just about frameworks, policies, or processes. Duo Pharma Biotech Berhad believes that governance is about people. It is about the trust our stakeholders place in us, the confidence of our business partners, and the responsibility we carry as a pharmaceutical company. This award reflects a journey of building a culture where integrity is not an obligation, but a shared belief,
where every decision, big or small, is guided by the question, are we doing the right thing? We remain committed to strengthening governance, not as a destination, but as a continuous promise in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we have a group photograph, please? Thank you so much to the winners and the dignitaries. And I request the dignitaries to kindly take your seats as we finally have completed all the awards for this evening. We'd like to appreciate the judges who have very meticulously, and it has been a thorough examination at this stage. It's important to express our gratitude towards the esteemed panel of judges who played a pivotal role in recognizing the outstanding contributions of all the winners, CSIA members that we are recognizing tonight. The judging panel represented a diverse array of talents and expertise and brought a wealth of experience, dedication to ensure a fair and transparent assessment of the outstanding nominees. Our judges are the governance and industry leaders from leading universities, government ministries, and international development organizations, and their extensive experience of governance issues covers many types of organizations across many continents. We'd like to share our deep appreciation for their dedication to the task and the integrity with which they have conducted the process and the professional engagement with other fellow judges. The judges for the Global Governance Awards 2026, can we have them on screen? Our judges, can we have a huge round of applause for the categories of Global Corporate Secretary of the Year and Excellence in Governance ESG. We have Ms. Jacqueline Kwamina, Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Philip Armstrong, South Africa. For the categories of Rising Corporate Secretary of the Year and Excellence in Governance listed and unlisted companies, we had Datuk Petrus Jimbad from Malaysia, Mr. Keith Morrow from Ireland. For the category of Global Governance Professional of the Year, we had Dr. Katarzania Shaklik from Glasgow, Mr. Femi Olubano from Nigeria. Your time, expertise, and thoughtful deliberation were essential to the integrity and success of this year's awards. The rigor and care that you brought to the valuation process reflected deep commitment to excellence in global governance, leadership, and responsible decision-making. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our judges for the Global Awards 2026. We now come to the close of the event, and I request our North Star, as I like to call it, and also our guiding star, CSIA CEO, Ms. Zara Qasim, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks for this event. Ma'am, can we have you on stage, please? Can we have a huge round of applause as the CSIA CEO comes on stage? Ma'am.
Thank you, Secretary. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of the formal part of our program, and I'm sure you'll agree with me that it was an honor to share in the journeys of this talented and very committed individuals and corporates. We'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Ms. Aditi Tadkari, Honorable Minister for Women and Child Development, Maharashtra, excuse me, Guest of Honor, Shri Sanjay Dina Patel, Member of Parliament, Mumbai Northeast, Lok Sabha. Your support and your encouragement and I'm sure you were here in spirit tonight, added great meaning and dignity to our event. There are many people who contributed to making this evening very special for us tonight. Our panelists and moderators, our finalists, our judges, partners, Reliance Microfinance Bank, Hong Kong Chartered Governance Institute, Brickfields Asia College, MICSA, and BoardPack. And there are many more behind the scenes that have made this event possible. We also extend our very heartfelt gratitude to our host and also a founding member of CSIA, the Institute for Company Secretaries of India, President Chandak, Preeti Banerjee, Sonu Lakhani, and the entire team at ICSI. Thank you very much for making this event possible. We once again extend our congratulations and heartfelt thanks to the winners of the CSIA Global Governance Awards. Your participation and contributions strengthen the global governance community and exemplify the principles of leadership, responsibility, and impact. Through your work, you serve as role models, inspiring peers and future leaders to advance higher standards of governance worldwide. We are honored to recognize your achievements and grateful for your continued commitment to meaningful and forward-looking governance. To each and every one of you gracing us with your presence tonight, your attendance has truly made this event a resounding success. Express our deepest appreciation for your participation and support. And we eagerly look forward to welcoming you back for future events, and we promise it will be even more extraordinary. I also cannot be remiss in thanking the CSIA Council and members, the ICSI Council members, for your support in this event. Thank you for joining us on this remarkable journey, and may the rest of your night be filled with joy and contentment. I would like to hand over to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have saved the best for the last, but before that, I'd like to request all of you to kindly rise as we shall have the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you, everyone. I request each one of the participants and delegates of this evening to kindly be seated and remain in the hall. We shall get the snacks served, but before we have a special performance, we'd like to call all the winners on stage for a group photograph. We just have 2 group photographs to be taken. I request all the winners to kindly come on stage. I also request the dignitaries to kindly come on stage. Our President CSIA, President ICSI, Vice President CSIA, to kindly be on stage. I request all the delegates to kindly be seated. We have a very special performance at the end. I also request the past president of CSI to kindly join us on stage. I request the past president to also kindly join us on stage. Past President CSIA, ma'am, can we have you on stage, please? I also recognize the presence of Mr. Robert. Thank you. Can we have a group picture with all the winners of the evening? Can we have a huge round of applause for all the winners on stage? Thank you. I request the dignitaries to be on the dais. I request CSIA CEO, Ms. Zara Qasim, Ms. Preeti Kaushik, who's also on stage. I request all the other ICSI officials, sir, to kindly be on stage for a group photograph. I request the former President, CS Narasimhan, sir, to also be on stage. I request the Vice President, ICSI, to also be on stage. CS Ranjit Pandey, sir, to kindly be on stage for a group photograph. I request CS Devender V. Deshpande, sir, to also be on stage for a group photograph. Thank you so much, everyone. We also have dinner served, but we will have the snacks in the hall itself because now we have something very, very special. I request all the dignitaries to kindly take your seats. We have a very special band performing here for us tonight. Wasim Sadani Live, can we have a huge round of applause for a very special band that will be performing for us tonight. I request everyone to kindly be seated and we can all enjoy this special performance. The snacks are being served within the premises of the hall, so I request all the delegates to kindly be in the hall.
Check, check. Check, check. All right, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. क्या बात है, क्या खूबसूरत चेहरे और एक साथ सब beautiful looking people here tonight. And I would like to welcome each and every member of CSIA and ICSI. Make some noise for yourself, everybody. Make some noise for yourself. थोड़ी तो आवाज आनी चाहिए ताकि मजा आएगा यार. Guys, come on, let's hear some lovely tracks. Let's have some lovely songs. And let me see if you can sing along with me or dance along with me. थोड़ा मस्ती करते हैं, मजा करते हैं यार. Here we go. So it's a beautiful song for you people. Let me see if you can sing along. Here we go. Check. So guys, get ready for this one. Check. I need some more reverb. ऊपर आगे पीछे. हर दुआ में शामिल तेरा प्यार है. बिन तेरे ये लम्हा भी दुश्वार है. धड़कनों को तुझसे ही दरकार है. वो तुझसे हराते. Thank you. वो तुझसे है चाहते, ओ हर दुआ में शामिल तेरा प्यार है, बिन तेरे ये लम्हा भी दुश्वार है, धड़कनों को तुझसे ही दरकार है, वो तुझसे है रातें, वो तुझसे है चाहते, तू जो मिली एक दिन मुझे, मैं कहीं हो गया लापता। वे बॉयज आर हियर यार, आतिफ असलम के फैंस हो कि नहीं? हो कि नहीं? तो लेट्स डू इट टुगेदर। 1 2 3 सिंग। हो जाने जा, beautiful, one more time. हो जाने जा दोनों जहां, मेरी बाहों में आ भूल जाओ। Baby I love you, baby I love you, oh baby I love you, oh baby I love you so. तेरे नीले नीले नैनों से शबनम पी लो, तेरे गीले गीले होठों की सरगम पी लो, है पीने का मौसम। एवरीबॉडी, वो तेरे संग इश्क तारी है, वो तेरे संग इश्क तारी है, वो तेरे संग चैन भी तुझको, तेरे संग बेकरारी है, वो तेरे संग इश्क तारी है, वो तेरे संग इश्क कुमारी है, वो तेरे संग चैन भी मुझको, तेरे संग बेकरारी है। ओ तेरे बिन जी नहीं लगता, तेरे बिन जी नहीं सकता, तुझ पे हारे मैंने मारे दो जहां, मेहरबान ये मैं तो कुर्बान, सुन ले सदा। I want everybody here to make some noise and तालियों के साथ ये गाना करते हैं। 1 2 1 2 3 go with tabla everybody. Oh, shukran Allah, walhamdulillah. Oh, shukran Allah, walhamdulillah. नजरों से नजरें मिली तो जन्नत से महकी फिजाएं, लबों ने जो लब छू लिया तो आसमां से बरसी दुआएं, ऐसी उसकी मोहब्बत मिट गई सब शिकायत, हम पे मेहरबान दो जहां। सिंग लो। ओ शुक्रन ओ शुक्रन अल्लाह वल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, ओ शुक्रन अल्लाह वल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, ओ शुक्रन अल्लाह। Sir, this one's for you now, especially for you. Everybody, let's do this together. Hey, Tahir. ये गाना इतना फेमस है कि इसमें ना तो गूगल देखने की जरूरत, ना लिरिक्स देखने की जरूरत. All together sing along. ओ मेरी जिंदगी सवारी मुझको गले लगा के बैठा दिया फलक पे, मुझे खाक से उठा के. ओ मेरी जिंदगी सवारी मुझको गले लगा के बैठा दिया फलक पे, मुझे खाक से उठा के. यारा तेरी यारी को मैंने तो खुदा माना, याद करेगी दुनिया तेरा मेरा अफसाना, तेरे जैसा यार कहाँ. Everybody, I want everybody sing this with me. 1, 2, 3, sing. तेरे जैसा louder कहाँ ऐसा, तेरे जैसा यार कहाँ, तेरे जैसा यार कहाँ, कहाँ ऐसा याराना, याद करेगी दुनिया तेरा मेरा अफसाना. मेरी जिंदगी सवारी मुझको गले लगा के बैठा दिया फलक पे, मुझे खाक से उठा के तेरे संग जीना यहाँ, तेरे संग मर जाना, याद करेगी दुनिया तेरा मेरा अफसाना. Make some noise here, guys. Come on, make some noise. So I want everybody now to get ready for this one now. I want everyone to be on the floor. क्योंकि मैं जब तक सबको नचाना दूं मेरे अंदर का खाना हजम नहीं होता. So let's do this, everybody. जितने भी रेट्रो हैं, ट्रैक, वॉल्यूम. रूप तेरा, ए प्यार मेरा, ए रूप तेरा, ओ प्यार मेरा, ए भूल कोई हमसे ना हो जाए. Everybody, रूप तेरा मस्ताना, प्यार मेरा दीवाना, भूल कोई हमसे ना हो जाए. Everybody, everybody. Sing along. रात नशीली मस्त समा है, आज नशे में सारा जहां है. रात नशीली मस्त समा है, आज नशे में सारा जहां है. आए शराबी मौसम बह गए. One more time. रूप तेरा, ए प्यार मेरा, ओ भूल कोई हमसे ना हो जाए. क्या बात है, यही तो चाहिए. Everybody put your hands up. आंखों से आंखें मिलती है ऐसे, बेचैन होके. Sing along. आंखों से आंखें मिलती है ऐसे, बेचैन होके Everybody on the floor. थोड़ा ट्रैक बढ़ेगा तो और मजा आएगा. Yeah. Yes, this one's for you, ma'am. What I do, please follow me. Everybody up. Sing. नशे से चढ़ गए, कुड़ी नशे से चढ़ गए, पतंग सी लड़ गए, होए कुड़ी पतंग सी लड़ गए, नशे से चढ़ गए, होए कुड़ी नशे से चढ़ गए, पतंग सी लड़ गए, होए कुड़ी पतंग सी लड़ गए, ऐसे खेचे दिल के पैचे गले ही बढ़ गए, होए होए नशे से चढ़ गए, होए कुड़ी नशे से चढ़ गए, पतंग सी लड़ गए, होए कुड़ी पतंग सी लड़ गए, ओ उड़ती पतंग जैसे मस्त मलंग जैसे मस्ती सी चढ़ गए, हमको तुरंत निकला करंट जैसे निकला करंट जैसे अभी अभी उतरा हो लट से तुरंत जुबान पे चढ़ गए, होए तुड़ी जुबान पे चढ़ गए, लहू में बढ़ गए, होए तुड़ी लहू में बढ़ गए, एवरीबॉडी नशे से चढ़ गए, होए गुड़ी नशे से चढ़ गई, everybody everybody yeah. फूलती पसंद जैसे धूल दंग नंग जैसे दिल की दरार में हो प्यार का सिमंड, अगियों में जंग की बरंड, मिल जाए सदी उठे हट कर फट जैसे सुबह पे चढ़ गई, कुड़ी सुबह पे चढ़ गई, लहू में बढ़ गए, होए कुड़ी लहू में बढ़ गई, एवरीबॉडी एक कमली कहानी उसी जंगली जवानी उसी जमती बिगड़ती है पल पल रानी, बहती शैतानियों से हंसती रवानी, चढ़ गए हम पे बड़ी मेहरबानी, उसी ऐसे खेचे दिल के पैचे गले ही बढ़ गई, होए होए नशे से चढ़ गए, होए कुड़ी नशे से चढ़ गए, पतंग से लड़ गए, होए कुड़ी पतंग से लड़ गए, everybody. Now this one is a special one. अब जिन लोगों को, sir this one's for you. अपने अंदर के शम्मी कपूर को बाहर लाओ, शम्मी कपूर को आने दो. Everybody boys, आ जाओ यार माहौल में. Let's do it, yeah. Everybody, yeah. Put your hands up. Do it. 1, 2, 3, go. पान में पुदीना देखा, नक्का नगीना देखा, चिकनी चमेली देखी, चिकना कमीना देखा, छानने की डर होके छीट की, तो सारे तारे बोले गिली गिली अक्खा. हो मेरी बात तेरी बात, ज्यादा बातें बुरी बात, थाली में कटोरा sing this. बदन पे सितारे. किन किन को ये गाना याद है? याद है? Let's do this. Everybody, if you know that, अच्छा favorite है. Let's do it, everybody. Let's do it together. 1, 2, 3. बदन पे सितारे लपेटे हुए, ओ जाने तमन्ना किधर जा रही हो. जरा पास आओ तो चैन आ जाए. जरा पास आओ तो चैन आ जाए. बदन पे सितारे लपेटे हुए, ओ जाने तमन्ना किधर जा रही हो. जरा पास आओ तो चैन आ जाए. जरा पास आओ तो चैन आ जाए. है बनने संवरने का जब ही मजा, कोई दिखने वाला है नहीं तो ये जलवे है मुझे भी. ये कोई मिटने वाला एक आशिक तो हो. बदन एक सेकंड देखते हैं किन लोगों ने कितना स्टार्टर्स खाया है, कितना दम है. आ जाओ. 1, 2, 3 सिंग. बदन क्या बात है, यहाँ पावर है. यहाँ देखते कितना पावर है. 1, 2, 3 सिंग. बदन जरा पास आओ तो चैन आ जाए. जरा पास आओ तो चैन आ जाए. Everybody, get on the floor, everyone. 1, 2, 3, go. Hey, baby, wanna see me going? You better run for cover. I wanna be like diamond. I wanna be your lover. I wanna see me coming. You better be your lover. I wanna be like diamond. तो तुमसे लोग कहेंगे ना कर प्यार मुझे. मैं तो लाख बुरा हूँ, नींद चुरा लूँ, होश उड़ा लूँ. मैं तो बाहों में लेके राह बुला दूँ, बात बना दूँ. चाहे जहाँ है दिल को छुपा. Everybody, आँखों की बातों में तो मुलाकात. तो मैं आ गया. बचना हसीनों, तो मैं आ गया. हुस्न का आशिक, हुस्न का दुश्मन, अब भी आना है यारों से जुदा. बचना हसीनों, लो मैं दिल लगाना. All right, thank you. Make some noise, everybody. क्या बात है सर, क्या बात है सर. सर आप क्या करते हैं सर? जो कर रहे हो वही अच्छा है, ठीक है. सिंगिंग को सीरियसली लेना नहीं. So all right, everybody, now let's do this. Now I want to dedicate a beautiful song for all you ladies out here. खास आप लोगों के लिए. Let's see if you can sing along with me. This is for all the beautiful ladies out here. ऐसा देखा नहीं खूबसूरत कोई, जिस्म जैसे अजंता की मूरत कोई. जिस्म जैसे निगाहों पे जादू कोई. जिस्म नगमा कोई, जिस्म खुशबू कोई. आगे आ जाइए आप लोग भी. जिस्म जैसे महकती हुई रागिनी, जिस्म जैसे मचलती हुई चांदनी, जिस्म जैसे कि खिलता हुआ एक चमन, जिस्म जैसे कि सूरज की पहली किरण, जिस्म तरशा हुआ दिलकशो दिलनशी, संदली संदली। क्या बात है? 1 2 3 go। हुस्नो जाना की तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं, हुस्न जाना की तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं। आफरी 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 आफरी, तू भी देखे अगर तो कहे हम नशी। आफरी 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 आफरी, हुस्नो जाना की तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं, हुस्न जाना की तारीफ मुमकिन नहीं। आफरी 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 आफरी, तू भी देखे अगर तो कहे हम नशी। आफरी 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 आफरी, हुस्नो जाना की इश्क वो बला है जी। थोड़ा यार नजदीक आ जाओ, मुझे भी मजा आएगा। एवरीबॉडी प्लीज कम क्लोजर। पीछे जितने भी लोग हैं प्लीज आइए। क्या बात है, सीटियां बज रही है, क्या परफॉर्मेंस हो रहा है। इश्क वो बला है, इश्क वो बला है, जिसने इसको छुआ वो जला है। कभी दिल से शुरू होता है कमबख्त, कभी जिद पे अड़ा है, कभी खुद से कभी खुदा से, कभी जमाने से लड़ा है। इतना हुआ बदनाम फिर भी जिद पे। क्या बात है। 1 2 3 go। आगे की लिरिक्स मेरे एकदम जहन से पता नहीं क्यों आप लोगों को देखकर आ गई। कि तूने मेरी फुर्सत की, कि दिल ने इतनी हरकत की, कि दिल ने इतनी हरकत की, कि तूने क्या किया। फिर अब मारा मारा मैं, चांद से बिछड़ा तारा मैं, दिल से इतना क्यों हारा मैं, ये तूने क्या किया। सरी जादू किया रे। It means your eyes have done the magic on me. Your eyes are magical. नैनों ने थारी कैसा जादू किया रे, थारे बिना लागे नहीं मारा जिया रे। Your eyes are so magical that I cannot stay away from them. So I want to be with you. So this one's for you. थारे बिना लगे नहीं मारा जिया रे, ओ थारे बिना लगे नहीं मारा जिया रे। So I have a request. Khas. So sir, this one's for you. This one's for you. कल तुझको देखा था मैंने अपने आंगन में, जैसे कह रही थी तुम मुझे बांध लो बंधन में। ये कैसा, ये कैसे सपने हैं, बेगाने होकर भी क्यों लगते अपने हैं। मैं सोच में रहता हूँ, डर डर के गाता हूँ, पल पल दिल के पास तुम रहती हो, जीवन मीठी प्यार वो ये कहती हो, पल पल दिल के पास तुम रहती हो, जीवन मीठी प्यास ये कहती हो, पल पल दिल के पास तुम रहती हो। सिंह प्यार दीवाना होता है, ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। प्यार दीवाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। समा कहे परवाने से परे चले जाओ, यहाँ नहीं आ। समा कहे परवाने से परे चले जाओ, मेरी तरह जल जाएगा यहाँ नहीं आ। वो नहीं सुनता उसको जल जाना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। प्यार दीवाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। एक अजनबी हसीना से यूं मुलाकात हो गई, एक अजनबी हसीना से यूं मुलाकात हो गई। फिर क्या हुआ ये ना पूछो, कुछ ऐसी बात हो गई। ओ कहने वाले मुझको फरेबी, कौन फरेबी है ये बता। वो जिसने प्यार की खातिर या जिसने प्यार को बेच दिया। नशा तो के तुझे क्या हुआ, तेरा वादा वो कसम वो इरादा, भूलेगा दिल जिस दिन तुम्हें वो दिन जिंदगी का आखिरी दिन होगा। क्या हुआ तेरा वादा वो इरादा, याद है मुझको तूने तुमसे नहीं रूठेंगे कभी। दिल की तरह से हाथ मिले हैं कैसे भला छूटेंगे बाहों में बीती हर शाम के तुझे कुछ भी याद नहीं क्या हुआ तेरा वादा वो कसम वो इरादा Can you guess the song? शाम सवेरे तेरी आके दिल को मेरे यूं तड़पाती है सिंग समझे जमाना के दिल है खिलौना जाना है अब क्या है दिल का लगाना नजरों से अब ना हमको गिराना मर भी गए तो भूल ना जाना आंखों में बसी हो पर दूर हो गए दिल के करीब हो ये मुझको है यकीन एवरीबॉडी ब्यूटीफुल नाउ लेट्स डू दिस क्यों चलती है पवन क्यों झूमे है गगन क्यों मचलता है मन ना तुम जानो ना तुम जानो ना क्यों गुम है हर दिशा क्यों होता है नशा क्यों आता है मजा एवरीबॉडी ना तुम जानो ना निगाहों में देखो मेरी जो है बस गया वो है मिलता तुमसे हूबहू ओ जाने तेरी आंखें दिया बातें थी वजह हुए तुम जो दिल की आरज़ू तुम पास हो के भी तुम आस हो के भी एहसास हो के भी अपने नहीं ऐसे हमको गिले से मीलों के अनजाने है सिलसिले मीलों के है फासले तुमसे न जाने क्यों कैसे बताए कि तुझको चाहे यारा बता ना पाए बातें दिलों की देखो जो बाकी आगे तुझे समझाए तू जाने ना तू जाने ना तू जाने ना तू जाने ना खत्म नहीं हुआ सर आंखों से छू लूं कि बाहें तरसती है दिल ने पुकार आओ के शबनम की बूंदे बरसती है, मौसम इशारा है, हाँ अब तो चले आओ। तेरा होने लगा हूँ, खोने लगा हूँ, जब से मिला हूँ। तुमसे ही दिन होता है, सुरमई शाम आती है, तुमसे ही हर घड़ी सांस आती है, जिंदगी कहलाती है। ओ तुमसे ही ना है ये पाना, ना खोना ही है। कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि जैसे तुझको बनाया गया है मेरे लिए, कि जैसे तुझको बनाया गया है मेरे लिए। तू अब से पहले इतारों में बस रही थी कहीं, तू अब से पहले सितारों में बस रही थी कहीं, तुझे ज़मीन पे बुलाया गया है मेरे लिए, तुझे ज़मीन पे बुलाया गया है मेरे लिए। एक प्यार का नगमा है मौजों की, ओ जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। एक प्यार का नगमा है मौजों की रवानी है, ओ जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं ये धरती, ये नदियाँ, ये रहना। हाय हाय हाय, थैंक यू सो मच। हमको मिली है आज ये घड़ियाँ नसीब से, जी भर के देख लीजिए हमको करीब से, फिर आपके नसीब में ये रात हो न हो, शायद फिर इस जन्म में मुलाकात हो न हो। जागले कि फिर ये हंसी रात हो न हो, शायद फिर जन्मों से मुलाकात हो न हो। फूलों के रंग से, दिल की कलम से तुझको लिखी ओ ज़बाती, कैसे बताऊं किस किस तरह से पल पल मुझे तू सताती। तेरे ही सपने लेकर के सोया, तेरी ही यादों में जागा, तेरे ख्यालों से रूठा हुआ यूं जैसे कि माला में धागा। हो बादल बिजली चंदन पानी जैसा अपना प्यार, तेना होगा जन्म हमें कई कई बार। हो इतना मधुर तेरा मेरा प्यार, तेरा होगा जन्म हमें दिलबर मेरे कब तक मुझे ऐसे ही तड़पाओगे, मैं आग दिल में लगा दूंगा वो कि पल में पिघल जाओगे। एक दिन आएगा प्यार हो जाएगा, हो मैं आग दिल में लगा दूंगा वो कि पल में पिघल जाओगे। सोचोगे जब मेरे बारे में तन्हाइयों में, गिर जाओगे और भी मेरी परछाइयों में। ब्यूटीफुल। सोचोगे जब मेरे बारे में तन्हाइयों में, गिर जाओगे और भी मेरी परछाइयों में। हे होश खो जाएगा, प्यार हो जाएगा। तुमको पाया है तो जैसे खोया हूँ, कहना चाहूँ भी तो तुमसे क्या कहूँ। किसी जुबान में भी वो लफ्ज ही नहीं कि जिनमें तुम हो क्या तुम्हें बता सकूं। मैं अगर कहूँ तुम साहसी, कायनात में नहीं है कहीं। तारीफ ये भी तो सच है कुछ भी नहीं। जीना यहाँ मरना यहाँ, इसके सिवा जाना कहाँ। जी चाहे जब हमको आवाज दो, हम ही रहे। जीना यहाँ मरना यहाँ, इसके सिवा जाना कहाँ। थैंक यू सो मच। मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं guys? All right. So if you have any requests, you can tell me. I'm going to sing it for you. किसी की कोई request अगर हो, तो please let me know. All right, let's do this. Yes, which one? Wow. All right, let's do this. All right, everybody, let's do this. This one's for you. हम तेरे बिन अब रह नहीं सकते, तेरे बिना क्या वजूद मेरा। हम तेरे बिन अब रह नहीं सकते, तेरे बिना क्या वजूद मेरा। तुझसे जुदा अगर हो जाएंगे तो खुद से हो जाएंगे जुदा, क्योंकि तुम ही हो जिंदगी, अब तुम ही हो चैन भी, मेरा दर्द भी, मेरी आशिकी, अब तुम ही हो। तेरी वफा ने मुझको संभाला, सारे गमों को दिल से निकाला। मैं जो मिट भी गया तो वजूद मेरा सदा तुझ में रहे जिंदा, क्योंकि तुम ही हो, अब तुम ही हो जिंदगी, अब तुम ही हो। चैन भी मेरा दर्द भी मेरी आशिकी, अब तुम ही हो, क्योंकि तुम ही हो, अब तुम ही हो जिंदगी, अब तुम ही हो। चैन भी मेरा दर्द भी मेरी आशिकी, अब तुम ही हो। Thank you. मुस्कुराने की वजह तुम हो, गुनगुनाने की वजह तुम हो। जिया जाए ना जाए ना जाए ना और पिया रे, जिया जाए ना जाए ना जाए ना और पिया रे, पिया रे, पिया रे। और लम्हे तू कहीं मत जा, हो सके तो उम्र भर थम जा। जिया जाए ना जाए ना जाए ना और पिया रे, ओ जिया जाए ना जाए ना जाए ना और पिया रे, पिया रे, पिया रे। मैं बारिश की बोली समझता नहीं था, हवाओं से मैं यूं उलझता नहीं था। सीने में दिल और कहाँ थी तुम्हें ये खबर, कहीं पे हो रातें कहीं पे सवेरे, आवारगी रही साथ मेरे। ठहर जा ये कहती है मेरी नजर, क्या हाल हो गया है मेरा कि मेरी हर जगह ढूंढे तुझे बेवजह। ये मैं हूँ या कोई और है मेरी तरह, कैसे हुआ तू इतना जरूरी, कैसे हुआ तू इतना जरूरी, कैसे हुआ। Thank you so much. Let's do this. मुझको इतना बताए कोई, कैसे तुझसे दिल ना लगाए कोई। रब्बा ने तुझको बनाने में कर दी है उसकी खाली तिजोरियां, काजल की सियाही से लिखी है तूने जाने कितनों की लव स्टोरियां। केसरिया तेरा इश्क है पिया, रंग जाऊं हाथ लगाऊं दिन बीते सारा तेरी फिक्र में रहने सारी तेरी खैर मनाऊं केसरिया तेरा इश्क है दिया रंग जाऊं जो मैं हाथ लगाऊं दिन बीते सारा तेरी फिक्र में रहने सारी तेरी खैर मनाऊं एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा जैसे खिलता गुलाब जैसे शायर का ख्वाब जैसे उजली किरण जैसे वन में हिरन जैसे चांदनी रात जैसे नरमी की बात जैसे मंदिर में हो एक जलता दिया एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा हो टूटी चारपाई वही ठंडी पुरवाई रास्ता देखे दूधों की मलाई वही मिट्टी की सुराई रास्ता देखे वो कैसी तेरी खुद गर्जी लब लब तेरा मिलना मिसरी कैसी तेरी खुद गर्जी तुझे प्रीत पुरानी मिसरी मस्त मोना मस्त कलंदर तू हवा का एक बवंडर बुझ के यूं अंदर ही अंदर क्यों रह गया रे कबीरा मान जा रे फकीरा यूं न जा आजा तुझको पुकारे तेरी परछाइयां रे कबीरा मान जा ओरे फकीरा यूं न जा कैसा तू है निर्मोही कैसा हर जाइया तेरी मेरी गल्लाएं होगी मशहूर करना कभी तो मुझे नजरों से दूर किते चलिए तू किते चलिए तू किते चलिए गलिए जानना है दिलिए तो जान दिए तू तेरे बिना मैं ना रहूं मेरे बिना तू किते चलिए तू किते चलिए तू किते चलिए के रात लंबिया 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 रे कटे सिर संगया 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 के गाता लंबिया लंबिया रे कटे तेरे संगया संगया के रात लंबिया लंबिया रे कटे तेरे संगया संगया रे लगी तुमसे मन की लगन लगन लगी तुमसे मन की लगन लगी तुमसे मन की लगन 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 गली गली घूमे हो दिल तुझे ढूंढे गली गली घूमे दिल ये तुझे ढूंढे तेरे बिन तरसे नया लगने लगी तुमसे मन की लगन 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 Thank you so much. All right, we have DJ Akash is on the floor now. Now let's do this with DJ Sky. Here we go.
Your glow, you color and fracture the light. You can't help but shine. And I know that you carry the world on your back. But look at you tonight. The lights, your face, your eyes, exploding like fireworks in the sky. Somebody, body pushing on me. Don't you in the party? I can do this all week. We'll be dancing till the morning, go to bed, we won't sleep. Jumma, kiss it, daddy, body. Body pushing on me. Don't you in the party? I can do this all week. We'll be dancing till the morning, go to bed, we won't sleep. Jumma, kiss it, daddy, body. Look what we found. Karma reached out into our hearts and pulled us to our feet now. You know the truth is, we could disappear anywhere as long as I got you there. When the sun dies, till the day shines. When I'm with you, there's not enough time. You are my spring flower, watching you bloom, wow.